coming. Chris minus C. And maybe Pascal, I'm not sure. Hello and welcome. This is the Bush Whisperer, and we are here. We are live. We are rolling. For those of you that are coming later for a recorded show, much love. Welcome to you guys. I hope you're all smiling like monkeys because it's a monkey day today. Yesterday was the famous 66. Today is 67. 6 and 7 is interesting because 6, the number of harmony, and 7, the number of mysticism. Coming together, the harmony of mysticism is where the power of the imagination is unleashed into the sphere of the occult. Welcome, Cody. Katie, I hope you're good. Hope you're smiling. Hope all's well. So we're going to be having a really fascinating discussion today, and shamanic power, faith, baptism. We're going to be having a really fascinating discussion today, and shamanic power, faith. Please forgive me for that. There was an echo in you. So yeah, that was my YouTube open, and there's a little bit of a delay there. I see it started up. Okay, YouTube does that. But yeah, so we're going to be taking a look at how prayer works, the sidhi of the Vedic school, the occult basis, the glue, the substance that molds the occult practices and the magic as such, where the power comes from, the proverbial juice of the show. Welcome, Luna. I hope you're smiling. Hope you're good. We're also going to be taking a look at some of the commonplace media, comics, video games, how this is reflecting a lot of this, initiation and baptism, how important they are, what faith is, prayer, you name it, we're on it. Let me introduce the crew. We've got a few people starting here with us today. We've got a great opening team. We've got, and I'll announce people in the order that they arrived. We've got Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster is a fascinating, open-minded, and unusual gentleman that has these interesting senses that we're going to discuss today, where senses can become amalgamated in synesthesia. He's also a channel, so he's connected to the Fae. He's been channeling a system of magical development, cosmological appreciation and alignment, and obviously magical rites from the Fae. It's a system that is growing. It's in progress. He's got a very original look at the world, his own authentic art take on things. So he's going to be a wonderful source of information. We've also got dear brother Aaron here. Aaron as well, very much open-minded thinker. He's also got a channel here on YouTube. Go and check it out in my recommended channels list. He's been doing a lot of work with the imagination, which is actually a large part of what we're probably going to be covering today. He's been doing a lot of imagination exercises. He's done a lot more than that. Go and take a look at it. Memory as well, he's worked with. Another very important part of the substance from the magical arts. Welcome, Gaia Knight. Hope you're good. Hope you're smiling back in the UK. No, you're not in the UK anymore, are you? Am I right or am I wrong? I mixed this up. Anyway, sending you all big love. And without any ado, I'd like to give you guys a chance to introduce yourself. And before you guys do that, I'll just introduce our arrival, dear Indy Sage. He's a shadow worker. A wonderful brother has also got a deep well of information to share. We've got a wonderful team to open up here with, actually. He works with people's shadows, helps them to engage with their deepest subconscious repressed information to bring out that source of potential power that they are hiding from themselves, within themselves, deep buried underneath their shadow. That's our dear brother Indy. He's also got a lot of experience in analyzing the historical, philosophical, spiritual, metaphysical world. And so without any further ado, I'd like to give you all an opportunity to introduce yourselves, moving around clockwise. Take the show. Please, Cosmic.
All right, I am the Cosmic Prankster here, talking about the Fae, and that I got my own sort of like take on the whole concept of power. And so interesting with this system, it's all about power through mystery. It's been kind of like a very big sort of like concept, is learning to sort of understand the unknowingness and the uncertain, mysterious nature of existence, and sort of learning to align yourself with that mysteriousness, sort of become part of that mystery, and then use that as a way of, empowerment, freedom, being able to kind of look at things from a meta perspective. So that's kind of the angle that I'm going to probably be approaching this topic from.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all in the live chat and around the panel. I'm going to be audio only today since I recently just moved, so I don't have my podcast area set up. I do a lot of exercises on my YouTube channel, primarily with the imagination and memory. A large part of that is creating mind and forces maps in order to cultivate our own personal power pyramids. I recently did a video on that where kind of balancing between the physical reality power pyramid and our spiritual power pyramid. And this is a great topic today. I should have a lot to add. Pass it on to Indy.
All right, thank you guys. So glad to be here today for the show. It should be really exciting. I do work a lot with memory and with different aspects of the shadow, and it'll be really interesting today to maybe talk about some of the work I do with past life regression meditation sessions. Been able to help people access a portal to a past life where they can have a download of a past life experience in 15 minutes. And it can really shed a lot of light on some of our idiosyncrasies in this life, and some of our habits and inclinations, instinctual fears, and some of our familiarities with cultures that may not be in our heritage, but have a familiar feel, possibly from a past life experience. So there's a lot there with memory and experience and light, bringing people to access a wholer aspect of themselves. And look forward to getting into the show. What's happening, guys?
Lovely. Absolutely fabulous. Great to be here with you guys. An honor as always. Lovely to have you all here with us. And we're going to kick the ball into play. I see Rudolf Steiner's name's on the board already. I suppose we can't have a conversation like this without mentioning good old Rudolf. Maybe Blavatsky will come up too. They were two of the psychics that had a lot of occult powers in this last century. Is it the last century? Maybe it's just over. Anyway, regardless, which is interesting because we're going to be considering the nature of these powers and faith. But are any of you keen on kicking the ball out into play? I like to leave it in open form. Well, then I'll start the game. I thought it'd be interesting to start with the basis of, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back to baptism. And I suppose baptism leads into initiation. And please, guys, how is my sound, by the way? Is my sound good? Okay, excellent. I just like to check in case I find out like 10 minutes down the line that I'm all scratchy. Welcome, Mexico. Lovely to see you here as always. So baptism is something that most of us are aware of. Most of us have experienced. If you're like me, you've been baptized. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Luna. If you're like me, you've been baptized more times than you can throw a stick at. I was baptized more times than I was exercised as a child, which says a lot because I was exercised a lot. I think it's like 7, or let's say 6 or 7 times I was exercised. I was baptized more than that because I was baptized as a Catholic. I was baptized into Protestant. I was baptized into Pentecostal. I was baptized into the Lighthouse and the Fellowship. I was baptized into, I don't even remember all the nominations that I was baptized into, but I was baptized like a kid. My dad was like, yeah, you got any water in this place? My boy's here. Can't hurt to give him another shot, you know? He thought of it as... My dad was funny. But jokes aside, he was never satisfied with the baptism. He was like, oh, that guy didn't do it properly. Nah, that was a very poor attempt at baptism. He was not very impressed with the Catholic version of baptism. He said that they didn't use enough water. They didn't do a proper job of it. Which retrospectively I can think back and I can have a good giggle, But he was a very steadfast man in his sense. And so I had been to all the churches because he was, from all the different religions. And all I ever heard him doing was complaining. The one baptism that I had where I went all the way underwater, he was very happy with that one. There was one church where we went where there was this huge tank of water where you could walk into the water under your head. And that was, in his eyes, proper baptism. And so people would take off their clothes and walk through this tank in front of the church of water with the priest sort of, I don't know what he was doing. He was sort of like, maybe he was doing his thing underwater. But regardless, baptism is one of those rites that I think has fallen into complete exoteric expression. And a lot of the time, we've lost the real sense of what baptism is. We all know that it involves putting water onto the crown, sastra chakra, and cleansing, anointing the crown chakra so that the Christos essence, and this is the Christian version. And let's just face it, there are many forms of baptism because there are baptism from different traditions. Water is used in most religions as a purifying sense to anoint the chakras with water, divine water and holy water. The Vedic schools of thought do it. There are forms of baptism around the Kala chakra in the Tibetan forms of Buddhism. Kala chakra activation has rituals which are forms of baptism. There are blessing oneself and baptizing oneself into the Ganga in the Vedic tradition. And every tradition seems to have it. The Norse, using water to purify your body spiritually is as old as religion itself. I'd love to welcome one of our members that has just arrived to our group and give him an opportunity to say hello. This is Stein Fawkes. Stein Fawkes is a wonderful brother. He's got his own show. For those of you that don't know, just take a look at the recommended channels in my channel. You'll see his Stein Fawkes there. The Grey Thorn. He's got a hub, a social community, which is now registered as a religion, which is pretty cool. And he works with Norse traditions specifically. So he's a bona fide pagan, and he's going to come and share pagan perspectives. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor, as always, to have you here. Do you please say a few words?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks for having me again. Thanks for hosting again. It's always a pleasure to be on the round table. It's the one thing that I always look forward to, even though I have taken a bit of a mental break from things. Yeah, I am the host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast. We release shows every Tuesday, every Saturday, every Tuesday on the audio platforms, every Saturday on YouTube. Although YouTube is definitely being a bitch at the moment because they recently deleted one of my videos for medical misinformation, and they have entirely demonetized my channel. And I am the Jarl of the tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, want to say a modern day pagan tribe, although we accept and have members of multiple religions, multiple spiritual paths. So we're quite the eclectic group indeed, but all founded and based on the principles of Norse Germanic paganism.
Well, absolutely an honor and lovely to have you with us. And as where was I? Yeah, so baptism and rites of water purification for spiritual purification and for empowerment is something that's very ancient. It transcends all our religions. In fact, we know that the Catholic tradition was really an amalgamation of various different pagan traditions coming from ancient Greece and European paganism, all mixed up like a mixed masala, as they call it in India, and served with a new face. And let's do away with the triple goddess, and there we go. There's your Trinity. So you're good to go. You got your triple goddess, but they're all men, of course, because we don't do women here. No women allowed. So we discussed all of this in our previous shows, last two shows. Check it out. So, we can see that baptism is such a powerful thing, but if we start to look at the roots of what baptism is, and I really want to get into this, and I'm gonna pull up an image that I think I think pretty much well illustrates exactly what it is that we're talking about here in a very visceral way. And it's an image of Shiva. Now, Shiva represents in the Vedic pantheon consciousness. That consciousness which is able to transcend physicality. That consciousness which is able to transmit frequencies from alternative space and lift the awareness from the physical into the spiritual dimensions directly. And so, sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button here. Presents. So I'm going to show you an image, and I think it's going to quite well describe what I'm talking about here from a Vedic perspective, which I think is really interesting. So we can see here's a picture of Shiva, and we can see he's sitting on his, he's sitting on his sher, his tiger skin, which represents his passions. He's conquered his passions, of course. He's got his kundalini, his serpent power. We did this in two round tables ago. His consciousness has become purified to the point where he's able to divine directly with the powers. But here is the important point. From the tip of his head, and this is something that you find, which is common. Often there'll be a Nandi in the presence behind him, a Nandi, which is a baby bull. This stream of water coming out of his head is always fundamentally, is it going out of his head? Is it going into his head? It's almost like a bow of water, symbolic of Vishnu's bow. Vishnu is able to bend the web of spatial energy in his bow and fire the arrows of pure devotion and fixation. And Shiva has obviously bound these powers in his kundalini. But here we can see, even in the Vedic idea, the idea of the sasra, the crown chakra being related to the element of water is somehow fundamental to all occultism. And so I thought I'd give you guys this opportunity to jump onto this in terms of the element of water, the crown chakra, the purification, and let's put it out there, the Christos as a form of purified sexuality, kundalini. Any of you guys got any anywhere you want to go with this?
I'll bite first. I think from baptism, I think that it is a very important ritual process, and so it seems like first there's kind of the initiation by others, and so we've got kind of two different concepts. First would be kind of more of a forced one, where we're born into a certain religion or culture, and so then our parents kind of baptize us into that culture, usually when we're really young. And then the other part of being baptized by others would be voluntary. And so it seems like this can happen multiple times as people choose to lean into the culture that they adopted and go through like a second baptism, or if they choose to embrace a new religion or culture. And then I think after a while, at least for me, then there's the initiation by yourself. And so I kind of reached that point where I realized that there was not any religions or masters or gurus or something that could really initiate me into the worldview that I wanted to operate in. So I took that responsibility on myself and created my own baptism in the ocean and had a self-ritual process to move into the identity and entire construct that I wanted to embrace in my life going forward. And so I think there's an element of self-hypnosis in that, and very much the shedding of skins like we saw in the image that you showed. And it's kind of releasing the old rags and the old identities and parts that I no longer wanted to have. And it was very much the birth and renewal process. And also, I think welcoming in new experiences to see how the self responds to the self-hypnosis and the ritual, and see what remains, before and after the ritual, to I think, further identify what are the parts of me that remain constant and what are the parts of me that were constructed from my cultural programming.
I think what's interesting about water as a sort of a self-initiation principle is, if you think about water, is like water in a lot of ways was the first mirror that we've had as a culture. It's where we you look at your reflection and you can see your face. So I think it's interesting that water is something that kind of like brings a soul into being, a kind of self-awareness. And the other thing about water is that it sort of refracts light and it reflects images. So if you think about it, water is also kind of the representative of the imagination. And in Zarfexology, where I kind of conceptualize everything as bubbles, it's like an additional sort of bubble membrane. So in my cosmological system, the idea is that everything is kind of broken down into Zerfaxes and Zarfexes. And the simplest way to think of a Zerfax, I basically describe it as it's a bubble of experience, right? So everything can kind of be like, your experience is a Zerfax bubble, my experience is a Zerfax bubble. So I think about when something is truly self-aware, it has to be aware of two Zerfax bubbles at all times. That be the external sort of Zerfax bubble and the sort of the imagination one, where you can you visualize things in your mind eye. That's a second one. And to me, the way I contextualize this into my system, it's like you have this first bubble, but then the baptism water, it's kind of like it creates the bubble foam to blow a new bubble to experience reality with. So it's almost like you think about as the baby kind of jumps into the water, puts water on their face. I kind of think about when you get one of those bubble wands and you put it into the dish filled with soap and you sort of take it out, and now you have a new bubble you've created from this still pond. So I guess I could kind of think of it like that.
I think that's such a wonderful thing to launch into, and I was actually just thinking that. You literally took the thoughts right out of my head, out of my mouth. In water is this incredibly fascinating substance. I like to think of water as the substrate of life. Water, for me, is the pranic field of energy, which is the substance of life, that permeating field of energy that we breathe in subtly, that powers the system so that the consciousness can come into the body. We can call it prana, we can call it shen and chi, we can call it pneuma. I mean, it has many, many names in many different traditions. But at the end of the day, it's the substance of life. And this pranic life field, force field, the force that they speak about in Star Wars, is very much when it slows down. I believe water is the substance of the life pranic field when it has slowed its vibrational resonance down. Whoa, we've got the Slick here. When it has slowed its resonant field down. Namaste. We've got the Slick Dissident who's joined us. Slick is also another fascinating character. We've got such a great group of people on here, such different heads, and we're going to have a wonderful mixed masala tea. Slick is deeply embedded within the ancient Greek tradition, but he doesn't stop there. I mean, it comes from a background of martial arts. So martial arts, the ancient Greek tradition, and the Ennead as a form of a Kabbalah, and various other mystical traditions. Obviously, he's a researcher, so he basically night and day he searches for the information of life. So welcome, dear Slick. It's an honor to have you as always. And do say a few words and a piece and add anything you got to say to the register. And welcome, old world Micmac.
Big respect, everybody. It's a joy to be here, brothers. I love these roundtables. Franklin, you do the best intros, my friend. Thank you. Thanks for warming my seat for me. Yeah, it's great to be here with everybody. I'm just happy to share in the flow. I guess I was listening earlier, and last week I decided not to join, but I was still watching the show, and I just got caught up as this, enjoying it and being inspired, and I was like making art while you guys were talking on the weaves. Yeah, it was really it was great. Some thoughts around that Shiva with the water, with the mental flow state. I always love to point out that flow in reverse is wolf, and the wolf is kind of a symbol of the outlaw, but it's also a symbol of the perimeter, because they kind of surround their prey, and they work that liminal space. But also, an innovative thinker is something of an outlaw. And there is a powerful correspondence between being an innovative lateral thinker and being criminally minded. And a lot of people have made this correspondence. It's kind of like, is just a closet criminal. They've just kind of tamed all those vices in their life, and they sublimate it, and that becomes the fire that makes them go into the line of fire. But also, I wanted to talk about the biofield. Biophi, bi is two. Ophi is snake in Greek, and so the biophi led the biofield is the two snakes of electricity and magnetism, your masculine, your feminine, of the polarity of the Hermetic principle. So yeah, biofield is, and oftentimes Mercury is seen flying around with his caduceus staff. He's being led, he's being led by his biophi, his two snakes. Yeah, led by two snakes, biofield.
Wow, you're straight into the deep end here, dear brother. Yeah, polarity. That was what I was getting with water, because water is diamagnetic. Now, diamagnetism is one of those things that I find absolutely fascinating. And if we think of the idea that water has this ability to actually flow up a hill, as weird as it sounds as a concept, it's one of the few things that, like, you look at the water cycle, we just take for granted that water basically goes uphill, right? That it will go up into the sky and sort of contradict the basic thing. Like it will change its shape, it will start flying up into the sky, and it will basically do its own thing. So here we're going to look at diamagnetism just to get a clear outline. So it's the property of materials that are repelled by a magnetic field. An applied magnetic field creates an induced magnetic field in them in the opposite direction, causing a repulsive force. We've got to really consider what this means. In contrast, paramagnetic and ferromagnetic materials are attracted by magnetic fields. So it is basically, in a sense, everything that it sort of contradicts magnetism, in a sense, as we know it, the attractive force. And so that means that it's got a polarization effect. Yeah, Brother Slick, did you want to add something?
Can you bring that graphic back? I just saw an anagram in paramagnetic. It's got pomegranate right in that word.
Oh, I like it. I like it very much.
Look at that. Hold on. Pomegranate is right there. I think the C is unnecessary. Paramagnet
Wow.
is Pamagrane. Yeah, you got everything you need for pomegranate right there.
Wow. That is very interesting. We're going to have to really get into paramagnetic. That is truly an interesting concept, because, if we the way I know paramagnetism is it's not related to your usual sort of iron and metals. I think it relates to, well, let's get a look at. Paramagnetism is a form of magnetism where some materials are weakly attracted by an external applied magnetic field. I believe that things that are paramagnetic are like tourmaline, organic material, right? Like if you heat up a black tourmaline, it will pick up organic material. Did you have those little erasers with that little vacuum cleaner that if you created that piezoelectric field, it would power up a tourmaline crystal inside it, and it would vacuum up your eraser rubber bits on the page of your book. I don't know if any of you had that when you were kids.
I don't know. That sounds cool.
Well, I had this little cool thing. I digged it. There was like a little thing. You turn it, and it would like basically vacuum up all of your erasers on your page on your book. And obviously wanted to know what it was.
Is that is it Etch-a-Sketch? I think that's called Etch-a-Sketch.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, that was great. And you worked on an XY axis. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I know that Shaman used this for, and it's well known, but that's a beautiful find, hey? Paramagnetism. So, yeah, I mean, paramagnetism is a very interesting weak magnetic field that is created. And I think organic materials can even be affected, certain organic materials, because they've got certain elements in them. Like everything's got metallic elements and compounds in them. If we think about it, like iron is in our body, for example, it's in our cells, and it's a lot of things. Vegetables have got iron in them. Think about it like that, and other metals and other materials. But yeah, so the water is this diamagnetic thing, which basically creates a converse magnetic field to other magnetic fields, which I believe that, like, let's look at our Earth, right? We are told, and I don't know what shape the Earth is. I really don't know. It might be round, might be flat, might be concave, might be convex. You know what? I don't care. But what I've noticed is that there seems to be this ionosphere. That seems plausible and logical. And we've got the Northern Lights. Now, what is an ionosphere? An ionosphere is an inverse field that is created as a response to the magnetic field of the Earth. I think water plays a big role in this ionosphere. So now we're looking at the firmament. What is the firmament? The water's above, the water's below. This polarization that can create two different magnetic fields in response to each other, in response to a third magnetic field. There's something very interesting going on here. Yang, yin, the Tao, they're creating this polarized effect of the yang, yin reacting to the yin, yang, reacting to the Tao of the yang of yang, yin, and the yin of yin, yang being in balance with the Tao. So I think that this symbol is trying to explain how water works. And obviously in the Taoist Chinese system, water is considered the spirit. And with good reason. I mean, baptism, the Sasra chakra, we saw Shiva with this. I think water has always played an important role because it's got memory, mem, maim. We can go into the specifics of the Kabbalah at a later stage, but I thought I'd put it out there for you guys to pump on that and kick the ball around. The idea of the memory of water, the programming, how it can take memories away from you, how it can be programmed with memories to add memories to your memory bank, how it can react to create its own magnetic field in response to our magnetic fields that we are pulsing out with our living sheath of consciousness, which is polarizing, how water polarizes, how water cleans. How does it clean? Well, it's all this diamagnetism at work. What do you guys think?
Where are you going?
I feel like water has so many properties. It's very transmutative, and water, as expressed in Taoism, water can be so flexible that it can wear away at the most rigid of things, and so it has strength in its flexibility. It's very paradoxical in its own nature, and so fire itself can't damage water; it just turns it to vapor, and then it comes back down. It becomes air, and then comes back down to become rain and water. In Taoism, they often speak of the stream or the river of life, in which one goes with the flow with that river or stream to go down into the ocean and join again with the great ocean. And so I feel like as Franklin was asking about memory in water, I feel like you can draw strong correlations between different properties of water, like vapor and ice, and the liquid form of water, with the crystallization of memory and worldview for each individual. As we form our memories and our understanding of the world, I feel like we're taking this water of our life that's flowing by us, and we're trying to form it into these blocks of ice with which we form our worldview. And so we oftentimes feel like the way that we see the world is the right way. It's the universal way in which we see the world. But we start to realize in life, as we become more wise and get older, that we have very unique subjective perspective on things, and our own personal sentimentality and prerogatives in life that have been set up throughout our journey. And so it can be understood that the water of life has so much flexibility, and you can create this. Let's say we're creating um, a temple. You could create a temple of ice to create your mind. And so you can always take that ice if you have transit times in your life where there's things that are going on in your life where it's shaking things up. You might be able to take some of those blocks down and put something else in its place and reorganize your structure. There's so much possibilities to the power of our memories, because oftentimes when we're in a life experience like a near-death experience, we will then be able to reprogram ourselves, beginning with unprogramming and then starting to reprogram and develop new programming for ourselves that suits us. And this enables us to purge the ways that had no longer served us, and then take on from guidance and from our own intuition, new ways that are better serving of us and integrating us into the world around us. So I just wanted to mention a little bit of that. And I know you guys probably have some weaves on this as well, but great question, Franklin.
I just wanted to add one thing maybe to layer on, that maybe we can provide a few examples of our own baptisms or initiations that incorporated water or magnetism. That way I imagine the viewers will be taking some of this information and incorporating it in their own rituals, and it might be helpful, to provide some examples and see how they differ between, each of our different archetypes and life paths.
Well, I mean, it can be as simple as taking a ritual bath or taking a ritual shower, for example. Like if you're going to do a bigger ritual or just important ritual, you want to clean yourself, you want to cleanse yourself, and it can really be as simple as just taking a bath or taking a shower and visualizing yourself being cleaned, all the the bad stuff, all the negativity just washing away. My wife Fireface, she's a witch, so she does a lot with the moon, and moon water in witchcraft is a very, very popular thing, which is so incredibly easy. You just take a glass jar, because literally the moonshine has it needs to shine through something. You just fill a glass jar with water, you put it out in the light of the full moon, and it absorbs all the power of the moon, with, of course, your intentions. You have to set the intentions, otherwise it's just plain water. It's been out all night. And you can use that moon water in whatever way you want. Like I have used it a lot to make my morning coffee with, because that's part of my morning ritual, my morning coffee. So just water in very basic ritual aspects can do and can mean so incredibly much. And going a little on the topic of steam, and I know in the chat somebody mentioned initiation through fire. That's actually such a huge part of the North Shamanic creation myth, because it was the realm of eternal ice and eternal fire coming together in Gnungagap, or the Vesica Pisces. Of course, creating a whole lot of steam, and from the steam rose Ymir, the primordial frost giant, from whom or from whose body the world eventually is created. So we have water, in the form of ice, just one of its many forms that it can take, water as a solid. We have fire, we have mist, we have like everything there. And that's just such a simple thing. Like there are so many things. And I do love, how you mentioned like the different states of water, because like we've all been that young kid like trying to do a flip of the diving board in the pool and just landing on our backs, hurting so fucking bad. But it's water. Like how does water hurt so bad? Well, because it's practically a solid by then. So just water in of itself and all its properties, it's so special.
Really
Yeah,
is.
man.
I
Please
want
do continue.
if any of you guys have seen The Mandalorian, this is a spoiler alert for those of you who have not seen the series. There's a part of the series which is really poignant to me, where he's made a transgression as a bounty hunter in Star Wars, and he's taken off his helmet. And as a Mandalorian, that's not the way, as you might say. So in order to purify himself, he's told to go to the waters, the purifying waters of their homeland. And he's able to swim down into those waters to purify himself and get redemption. And I think that's a good frame of an example where water is used in a circumstance of purification. It's also integration and empowerment. And so when we get baptized, it's like we're going down that stream of our personal life, and then we join with the great ocean of wisdom. Even though we're still that drop, we have that whole ocean of support and wisdom to access when we're brought under the fold. And so that's what happens with the Mandalorian. When he goes back, they bring him back into the fold, and everything's restored. So I thought that would be a poignant thing that we can integrate into this discussion, that aspect of integration with the water, because water has that aspect of the ability to hold itself together, to pull things in. And it's like I can't think of the word of the property, but when an ant is trying to walk on water, it can sometimes pull the ant underneath, and it cannot break the tension to get back above the water. So water has that cohesive property that it can kind of bind things and hold them together. That's another aspect we might consider.
Right on. Man, I had to start taking notes. Y'all laid out so much good stuff. I have it written down somewhere, not far away. I love Bruce Lee's quote about be like water. When the water is in the cup, the water is in the shape of the cup. When the water is in a bottle, it is in the shape of the bottle. When it's in the teacup, it is the shape of the teacup. Be water, my friends. Be water. That's such a good one. But shape is a fascinating word. It's highly morphic. It's in fact, it's kind of the secret to my anagrams, is being a mental shape shifter and, shifting gears and paradigms. Over here, I'm talking to my globe earth buddies, but over here, oh yeah, we're talking to my flat earth buddies. And so I have to do mental gymnastics between the two just to create common space that we can have a meeting of minds, And I love to point out about the flatties and the globies. Sports ball is all about making the ball the problem. Whoever has the ball gets tackled. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. It's totally Malthusian because there's only one ball. And there's something kind of cool about dodgeball is everybody gets their own ball potentially, and you can receive somebody's ball and knock them out. Dodgeball has many balls in the game. And so there's something psychologically profound about an abundance of balls and creating friendly dialectic between worldviews. The term worldview warfare is a German word. And I think that a lot of people just get in a tizzy if they find out that you believe that you're on a globe or that it's heliocentric or any of that. You know, it's a long conversation that doesn't really need to happen every damn time. But sports ball has programmed us to get bent out of shape. Bent out of shape. Here again. This is geometry. This is number 9, the 9th muse in the symposium, and she is Orania. She has an egg in her hands. It's an orb, a sacred orb. But she's the number 9. She's at the pinnacle. She can see the most. She has geometry and astronomy in her dominion. So I just wanted to mention the shapes, because that's also what I do when I connect the dots. When I connect these dots on the large language model of astronomy, is I'm dealing with the shapes. And so let none here enter who do not have mastery over geometry is a very profound mastery of shape. And that's what water does. Water takes on different shapes. And then I just talked to a friend recently who asked some advice about his altar, about making an altar. And I was thinking about your moon water that your wife makes. That is so cool. You put it in your coffee, bro. That's high workings. That is high workings. I love that. I just recommended to my friend that he find a jar that comes through his matriarchy somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, something that, grandma's jam jars or her pickle jars or something that she might have even left in storage for a long time. Clean that thing out and reappropriate that, put it back to use. That's a salvaging of the placenta. For every grandmother's ball jar that we can bring forward into our ritualistic practice, that's bringing the placenta back to the altar. And you mentioned Ymir, the first Titan, was that right?
The primordial giants, the first ice giants.
Ice giants, right?
Yeah.
And Indy was talking about how when water freezes, it becomes, solid to build the shapes again. And I just wanted to put this in everybody's linguistical purview, how the word, like Indy says, that the water puts out the fire, and they have this anode cathode kind of destiny for each other. The word chaos is philologically rooted in the word gas and chaos, and even the word cause. So you have the chaos in the effect, you have the cause in the effect, and that gas element is always increasingly etheric. We talk about steam comes off of that, but off of the steam, there's radiation. There's a temporal radiation coming off of the steam that's even more ethereal. And then beyond that, you can see the steam with light goggles with light goggles, you can see the color derivations of the temperatures. So it goes even more ethereal. So, yeah. And then I want to end on Aquarius. The Aquarius is so often considered a water element. And that's cool. That's cool. You're not wrong. But you would be more nuanced and accurate to say ether, that it's ethereal. It's somewhere between water and air and that unidentifiable psyche that we are all dancing in at all times. All right. I'm going to shut up.
I just saw something yesterday, and I was reminded of it again. I've worked 10 years as a cook, so I've saw it very often. Like speaking of chaos and, which we assume with things not behaving how they should. The Leidenfrost effect that you have in the kitchen, where you heat up a pan or a pan or a plate to such degree that if you like throw water on it, it doesn't even evaporate anymore. It bounces around the pan or the plate in what is seemingly a solid form. It's such an interesting process. I have seen it and done it myself many times, but I was just kind of reminded of that, with chaos and, like I said, things not behaving like you would expect them to behave. I mean, a hot pan, if you throw water in it, the water evaporates. Not with the light and frost effect, because I think it's, I don't know, the surface tension of the water in combination with the heat of the pan, it literally bounces around. Still evaporates, like there's still less and less water left, but it's almost like an instant evaporation, like no steam coming off it. Like it doesn't get the chance to form steam even.
I just wanted to highlight the important difference between the different types of water. And so when I'm thinking of like just the earth itself, it seems more like it's a physical type of grounding, whereas water, I think, embraces more of the surrender and spiritual side of our power pyramid. And so I also noticed that the different types of water have a different effect, I think, on the mind and energy environment, whether it's a freshwater river, a natural spring, if it's a lake, whether it's man-made or natural, and the environment, if it's in the mountains or more on a flat area, and then the ocean as well, because the ocean has a lot of salt in it. And when we think of our bodies, we need the salt in order to make all of the right neural connections and everything. And so I think for me, it's been important. Which water is my intuition telling me to go to when I need a certain type of energy or a certain type of ritual in my environment? And so it's interesting for me. I relate water to memory, to reflect back on my different baptisms or initiations of the self and see which water was I attracted to in my journey and why. And there's a few times, where I'd be in a desert mountain river and I just needed a certain meditation that way, or I went to the ocean and that was really a larger type of surrender, because we look at the ocean and it's just so massive, and there's a huge difference between, am I going to feel more like I need to stay on the surface of the water, or do I want to go all the way down to the bottom and embrace a little bit more of the dark depths of it and just let my body flow out into that energy? And then also, what am I speaking to the water? And so when I think of water more like I'm drinking versus a water that I'm bathing in, it seems like it's a little easier to hum or sing to the water or speak to the water to help reinforce whatever I want to cleanse and nourish in my body. And so I think all of those are important things maybe for the viewers to think about, is, what water do you need, and what is your intuition telling you, and experiment with the different types of fresh water or salt water and the different environments and see how it affects your mind, body, and spirit.
Great point.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Water is so how it can create different environments. The sound of water itself can be extremely therapeutic when it's calm, but then you have raging water when you've got like a raging storm and the water's flying out of the sky torrentially, or if you're by the ocean and it's really heavy impacting waves or just impacting rocks right near, it's a loud sound. Water can be all kinds of different moods, and they can really set the mood if you want to use water for some kind of an experience and meditation. Maybe you're going to do an extreme sport and you're jumping into off of a cliff into some water, and there's a waterfall there, and the intensity of the waterfall is spurring you on. So there's so many different environments water can create for us, and it can really set the tone for the mood of the environment. I like to do meditations when I go for a jog, and I do some stretches afterwards. I like to end up over by a brook or a pond where there's waterfowls, and I feel really calm there. There's sometimes there's a mill where I go by and there's wheel turning by the water, and you hear it kind of crashing down. It's just beautiful. I feel really at peace there, and I can really, it kind of launches me. It's like water can open a portal, much like chimes or sound healing can, to set me to be able to go to a higher place. It's beautiful.
I love all the points you guys have been bringing. And yeah, water in its different forms, the different effects. And it was mentioned the immortal experiments, which we all know quite well, I'm sure. The way water can basically be programmed by thought. What an interesting concept. It makes you think of water as a living being. Think about it for a moment. What kind of a substance, what kind of a thing can you say a word to, and that thing will behave differently because you said a word to it? Animals, plants, humans. I tell you what, if you're growing some of the green bush and you start singing to it and chanting it, my gosh, what comes out of that garden is woo, alawi. But you know that it's the water inside the living beings. I believe. I would go as far as to say that, and Gabriel, shape, I like it. Busting shapes, man. You're busting shapes with the mind, and with your mouth. Water, because of its diamagnetism, creates these opposite polarizing effects. Let's just look at what shape is. Shape is my electromagnetic field reacting to that electromagnetic field, and that electromagnetic field creating this relationship between these external magnetic fields and what is being projected from within me. And what we result is the polarity, the fixation of the balancing of these books, balancing of the proverbial ledgers brings about a shape. And that shape is quite interesting because it's you know, it's fire. So it's like water creates its polarizing effect. Water and fire have got this very interesting relationship where they're actually attracted towards each other, but repelled in a weird way. And I think this is what Stein was mentioning. You know, when you heat water up a lot, it can have very interesting effects. And, you know, in the absence of fire, it becomes solid. In the presence of fire, it becomes gaseous. Now, everything's affected by fire, but water is affected to the extent that it, because of its diamagnetism, the shape becomes so incredibly effective. I mean, if you think of air, if we think about the element of air, so okay, without getting too deep into the Kabbalah, we probably should go there. Baptism, water. So water holds memory, water holds shape. Water also represents procreation. Water also represents fertility. So charging water brings the fertility. Water is in the womb. We are born in water. The water is what carries the seminal charge, like little horses, into the water fluid canister of an egg, so that the waters of the man and the waters of the woman can mix. And this little charging horse can get in there and stir up the water, you know. So if we think about like the whole idea of procreation, sexuality, it's all about water. And so the idea of baptism, purifying the water, I believe it's got a very powerful sexual connotation. Because if we look at, for example, the story of creation as we know it, but it's coming from a Hebrewic source, actually a Paleo-Hebrew source. We've got to remember that, not Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew, big difference. Basically, what it's suggesting is that there's this mime, and mem, source of the word memory, water, immortal experiments, as it was really well pointed out in the chat, and Shemaim. Now, Shemaim is when you put the fire into the water. Now we're talking about, this is like when the water gets fiery. You know, there's a sexual element there. When the water of the man and the woman get fiery, that's when things get heated up, things get sweaty, things get sticky, and that slippery sensation of water, the way it lubricates, it becomes a great lubrication for things that are moving, for things that want to join. If you want to join two things together, you can join them. You can take a whole lot of sand and put it underwater and it will become a rock. Wow, what an interesting concept. Yeah, you can alchemically change things using water. In fact, water is a major part of alchemical change. Sure, you need your sulfur, your salt, and your mercury. These three elements are fundamental, but they happen within a water matrix, which is also quite interesting to consider, where mercury represents that diamagnetism of water. Sulfur represents the potency of fire. Within water, I believe there is the potency of fire. What do you guys think about this? And I want to go back to Sumerian tablets where they're talking about how they powered their spaceships with water. I've always been sitting on that going, And the pyramids always had water running underneath them, a deep well. And it seems that all the ancient power stations that we find had this water moving, and they were able to turn water into electricity, and electricity is Zeus. And when we look at water, we look at the sign of Pisces, and Pisces is the feminine side of Jupiter, Diospiter, or Zeus. And so we've got this Zeus electrical lightning potential. And in the water, we've got the fish swimming in opposite directions, symbolic of diamagnetism, right? And the Pisces reaction on the internal, emotional, spiritual nature. So we're talking about the spiritual gifts. We're really talking about the substance that powers magic, I think, when we're talking about water. And I think that it's so, please.
Yeah, man. Yes. So for one thing, I want to recommend people do barefoot walking in the morning and harvest all the nitrogen off of the grass. Absorb that through your feet. That'll put a spark under your butt for the rest of your day. Today, I just, for the first time in a long time, took a nice walk barefoot in the grass and got all that nitrogen fresh off the evening work. But nitrogen is number 7. This is the 7 card on the periodic table. But then I want to talk about the zinc spark. You were talking about the feminine waters and the masculine waters coming together for the spark of life. It's called the zinc spark. And this is a fun thing to research because they say that they've caught it on camera, the first moment of the spark, the concrescence of the masculine to the feminine inseminating the egg. This is card number 20. Zinc is number 20 on the periodic table. This is the Aeon card, and it clearly has an egg. I'll have to turn it this way, make it more obvious, but there's clearly an egg balancing on its nose on this card, which actually can happen any day. You don't have to wait for the equinox to balance an egg. That's a fun, I think that's an alchemist's joke to convince you to do all this preparation to balance an egg on the equinox, and when it happens you're like, whoa, it must be true, and then they just let you think that because you could have done it any day. You could have balanced the egg any day. But the zinc spark, I just want to also inseminate everybody's mind with the word synchronicity. Synchronicity is when you make a connection, a concrescence of correspondence in your mind. And this has the Shen is the glyph, and the Shen of Zen is also embedded in the word zinc. Do you think I'm onto something? Do you think I'm onto something? Yeah. So I just wanted to inseminate those ideas because psychosexuality is the foundation of me saying mouth noises and them growing into images in your mind. That's why the Greeks were considered so sexual. Some people think that it's debaucherous, but it's magic. Sex is magic.
Yeah, man, that's so well said. I think sex is really where a lot of it starts. And understanding our kundalini and our life force and looking at this diamagnetic effect of magnetic repulsion, which is quite an interesting concept of water. So you mentioned shin, which shin means fire in Hebrew, right? But Shem or Shaim means name. And when you look at the Taoist path, you're talking about the element of water. Isn't it interesting? So you've got the qi, right, which is your lower manifestational energies, but you've also got the shem, the water element, which is basically the spirit, what they call the spirit in Taoism. And I love that you brought up as well, Gabriel, about Bruce Lee, because we all love Bruce Lee. That guy was, I mean, he had his back broken, and in bed, he invented a new form of martial arts. And after being told he'll never walk again, he did a lot more than walk. So you got to respect that. He did a lot more than walk. He came out of that kicking it. So respect to the guy. He wasn't just a talker and a thinker. He was a doer. You know, he got the job done. But the whole idea of water, being like water, I think there's a spiritual legacy in being like water, because when we are like water, we become reflective. And what does it mean to reflect? I saw someone deep in reflection. They were thinking deeply. And to be thinking deeply is to be getting close to the spirit of knowledge, because we're taught to believe, we're taught to remember, and to learn by rote what was wrote on the page, right? But when you are thinking, when you are reflecting, you are deconditioning what you've learned. The thinker is not memorizing. The thinker is considering and questioning. Well, I used to believe this. Is it right? I don't know about that anymore. Was I conditioned? Was I brainwashed? Was I mind controlled? Was I a victim of psyops? Okay. We can't have a conversation without it going there, because the water of information, water is also information in form. So water is the substance of form. It's like everything seems to come out of a matrix of water. And the form of everything seems to be as like it's moving through this matrix of water.
Also, Shen, the Chinese word in Taoism, is the highest of the 3 points of the body system. We have Jing in the root and sacral, and then we have Qi in the heart, and then that integrates the throat, and then it goes up to Shen, which is the spiritual aspect of energy body. And so the Shen is also said to be the heart of the spirit. And interestingly, Shen comes into the body short after conception, according to the Taoist system, and leaves the body after death to return back to the Tao. Most people are familiar with Qi, but they're not as familiar with Jing and Shen. Shen being like the furnace of the energy, where it's the heat that is able to build and rise up to harness more Qi in the heart center, which then fulfills and then is able to rise, and then Shen is able to build from those foundations. It's a foundational building system.
You know, there's a river in the stars, and its name is the Eridanus. And Eridanus constellation, to me, it signifies the dancer, because Eridanus is also an anagram for dancer. But it's a fascinating river. You know, they could have made it a snake. There are so many snakes in the sky, but this one in particular, it has a double oxbow shape. And the oxbow shape, I believe, is used in geomancy to harness the energies. Because if you have a line going across a river that oxbows on itself, you have a flow going one direction, and then you have the same speed of a flow going the opposite direction. So if you basically, if you look at the glyph for Ophiuchus, it's an oxbow with a squiggle bridging across the whole of the magnet-shaped horseshoe. So the whole glyph for Ophiuchus is encoding how to harness the energies of a river on an oxbow. But Ophiuchus is actually not, it's almost on the opposite side of the Eridanus. So yeah, here's the Eridanus River. And Indy, you were mentioning the furnace. This is at the foot of the river. Let me see if I can, there. So this is the foot of the river. This will be a delta where the river touches to the ocean. And it'll be brackish water, very likely where the crocodiles and drain the swamp. This is the location to drain the swamp, right at the end of Eridanus. But there's a horologium, is a clock tower or a pendulum or a water clock. And they used water clocks to keep track of the times in symposiums and also in your courtroom. When you went to court, they would use a water clock. But it's fascinating that the water clock has to be at the foot of the water power. So there's a horologium, and then up above is the fornax. And these symbols, and then right there is the calum. That's a nail. You know how the church has a big thing for the nail. And then there's Columbia. But this horologium constellation, guys, I got to tell you, it has so many mysteries of mysteries. It's so significant. Yeah, I could go on and on. Like even I think of this as the bathhouses in the city. If this was urban design, you would use the bathhouses, but you would also need all of your alchemistry sets. Your chemistry sets would be here. Fornax constellation is a chemistry set, and it's got other nifty gizmos hanging out around it. But then, yeah, they literally need the flowing water of the Eridanus to power this horologium. And at the top of it, you could think of this as the spring water or the source water where it's popping out. It's literally at the foot of Orion. Here's Orion right here. And at his foot is the spring water that this fresh water is flowing out, and then it runs off into the ocean. And right there, ready to snatch you up when you come out to the deep blue sea, this is the male serpent. This is Hydrus. And Hydrus, oftentimes, his head is kind of bloodied. Looks like he's been eaten. He's been eating some bloody materials. And then there's our Phoenix. There's your Phoenix constellation. Yeah, so this conjunction, these coterminal points are so ritualized. They're ritualized beyond belief. I think that this is even a birth. This is the birth location. This is the birth canal of the heavens right here. And the symbolism of all these aspects is so next level. Here's the toucan. Let's see, is that Grus? The Grus is the symbol of alarm. They used to have geese were the keepers of the temple. And if there was a marauding horse brigade on the hillside, the geese would freak out before anybody else. That's how they knew when invaders were coming. Yeah, just thought I'd take everybody on a tour of the water. So I think this is John the Baptist, really. I think Orion signifies John the Baptist. We do have actually, Aquarius is right over here somewhere. Where's Aquarius? Aquarius is not far away, but Orion is walking on the river, and he's holding a stick over his head, and one of those stars is named Isa. So he's foretelling the coming of Isa. He's foreshadowing his strike, that he's holding that club up in the air, and in the club is the star that is named Isa.
A water clock in the courts? Like, could that just be another sign that at least, court law is based on maritime law?
100%.
That's really well spotted. The legal elements. Legal. A gull. The gull is an animal that flies over the sea. And the lee is on the other side of the wind of a hill. which is interesting if we start to like play around with the word associations. But there were so many wonderful points brought up here. And, you know, you were pointing out how as above, so below in the heavens, we see the stories that play out on earth. Isn't it wonderful the way the universe does this? And we can see that like those that are running the world are using these principles so that they can stay in adherence with the cosmic principles. They look at the stars, they map out what they're going to say, what they're going to do according to the stars. Are they doing it deliberately, or does time have this way of looping crap together, just looping it all together and putting it all into like
I think
a
it's
format?
absolutely deliberately. I mean, like even in the way early days, the you know, the lords and kings, they had, you know, they didn't necessarily have wise men, but they had astrologers. You know, the king's astrologer who tells them like, hey, this is a good day to, you know, go and do that. If you want to fight this battle, you should do it on that date. So I think it's absolutely deliberately. I've heard say very often that the, well, I don't want to call them the elites because, you know, they're not, but the upper echelons of society, they run everything through numerology and astrology, and that's been that way since the days of old, really. I mean, many shamans here in Northern Europe, you know, they were great astrologers as well, always looking at the gods, at the heavens, at the constellations, you know, telling people like, oh, you know, now is the time or now is not the time if you want to do this. Or even with I believe that's still a thing in some I'd say more new age circles, that like during certain cycles of the moon, I believe, if you want to go for a child, that, you know, on this part of the moon cycle, you know, you should go for it because that's when, you know, everything is more you know, that's when the chances of succeeding are greater. So astrology, numerology, it you know, like I said, it's been that way since the days of old, and nothing has changed. You know, the families haven't changed, their ways haven't really changed. They've gotten worse, probably, but I mean, that's about it.
You know,
Yeah, absolutely. I think this has been an important part of our conditioning, but I mean, I've looked at it. Why? I mean, okay, we see the Taoists reflect. They speak about water as being the heaven, as being the spirit, the divine, the heavenly. Why? And when I ask that question of myself, what I get out with is that water represents this diamagnetic effect of pushing against two poles apart. So we look at the as above, so below. That diamagnetic shift can only occur. I hope my Malamut's huge footsteps are not like creating huge echoes on my mic. That diamagnetic effect can occur because of water, because water creates the space between the firmaments. So there wasn't space, and then water went like, wham. It created a polarity of diamagnetic effects, as above, so below. Ori, come lie down on your bed. Not here, you're going to bump my speakers. The water creates this diamagnetic polarized effect, and it's quite powerful it's quite powerful the way water has this ability to mess with all sorts of things: electricity, signal, radio waves. They change sound. Aaron asked a really interesting question earlier about experiences, and I'm not quite sure what happened to Aaron. I think he fell off, but I think it was a valid and powerful question that we should also consider. But why the water is considered the divine is because it reflects what is above and what is below, in terms of what is the firmament above, what is the physical below. And so the principles of water, why Bruce Lee said we should be like water, because water takes whatever shape it needs to take. It reflects what's outside within. So you're not fighting me, you're fighting yourself. I'm water. This isn't my battle. You are at war with yourself. I'm just water. I'm around you. So good luck fighting yourself. That's what Bruce is trying to say. Don't get involved in the fight. It's not your fight. It's his fight. He's fighting himself. You're just water, you know? And so when you become like water, you don't have a desire for an outcome. You're already diamagnetically opposed to any outcome. And all outcomes are just outcomes. So you stop looking at the outcome and you start looking at the income. Oh, hold on. Income, not outcome. Income. You're talking about what we were talking about, that legal stuff, that making money and traveling over the water to trade for income. I think income is a water term. Outcome is a fire term, because fire comes out of itself. Water, it comes into itself. Men have to come into a water place, right? In order for a baby to come out of the fire pit, so to speak. So there's this incoming information that water's taking into it. It's always programming. It's always taking in. And so as a baptizing element, it takes all of your traumas away from you. It takes all the dirt away from you. It takes all of the bad things that have come, washes it away from you, while acting as a medium. Because it takes everything into each other, it can move stuff around inside your body, through your cells, between your cells. Water becomes that substance of movement, that the matrix that carries your nutrition and your hormones through your endocrine system, between the cells, the salts moving through osmosis, so that we can have cellular hydration, water being the source of life, because without water, things can't move. Without that lubrication or that potential for movement, everything would just be stuck. So water is the sort of the oil of the wheels of time, I would like to suggest. And as it oils the wheels of time, it produces all potentials of movement. And so we see the air in a state of movement because the water is moving. You see, the sun produces heat. The water goes up, it goes down. Because the water's moving, it's in the air. So the air is now being moved along with the water in the air. All of that diamagnetic effects. All the change that we're experiencing in the universe seems to be a product of water, with that information that it's carrying, and it's continually being informed. Its incoming message from the sun tells it how to behave. It's a consistent source of income. This is why the kings and the queens wanted maritime law, because water it's the gift that never stops giving, like the womb of a woman. The women have that, yeah.
I mean, literally everything, even the words, especially in English, that you use are related to maritime law. I mean, Slake, like I heard you talking about the birth canal. Well, birth canal, if you spell it with a E instead of an I, you have the place where ships come into port to, unload their carriage. And like what is giving birth with an I, other than, very crudely speaking, unloading a burden, getting rid of your cargo. Currency, a current of of flowing water, liquidity, if you have plenty of liquid assets, it means that you always have money, that you always have currency. And there are so many more examples of that. I can think of them at the moment, but those are just a few.
Yeah,
so
buddy.
everything is water. Everything is maritime law, at least in this world.
Big time. Yeah, Lex Mercatoria. I love to share that birth is an anagram for tribe. Your tribe is who you are birthed into. And even birth, sortification it really is the effects, the sort of effects of your tribe. And so, you know, some people used to believe that you could tell your some of your ethnicity by the shape of your toes. And people were really into that. Like the shape of your toes was really correspondent to your family shape of their toes. And so the more similar your toe structure aligns, you know, the closer you are to your own tribe, to your own birth relatives. And so, yeah, I just love sharing that tribe and birth have always been in the same word, just they flip the flow on the water script and you think it's different, but it's not as different as you thought it was. And go ahead.
I just want to add the word thrive. Please carry
Thrive.
on.
Yeah,
I like
buddy.
to say that when your Mooney currency is flowing and your liquidity is going well, you're doing well for a little while until you just have to stay afloat. But then you might come to a point where you might need to be bailed out because you're drowning financially, and you got to bring things back together. So when you can keep your currency afloat, things can stay well with marine admiralty law behind everything we do. We have to be aware of the power of the more we know, the more we can understand, and the more we can operate within and cooperate with the system.
You're talking about assets and liquidity, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And even the word well, you know, when the well dries up, you're in big trouble. So if you're doing well, you know, you have plenty of liquidity in the well.
Yes. It's a deluge of metaphors. It's a total deluge of metaphors. I want to mention Thales is one of the earliest philosophers. He's quoted to have asserted that all is water. And it was later that somebody made the claim that all is fire. But Thales is a fascinating mystic, I believe. They call him a philosopher, but most of the philosophers were correspondent to magi, really. And Thales, I believe, it's not explicitly said when you research him. This is slick, telling you the other things between the lines. And when you study Thales, it is said that he made philosophy a wealthful endeavor by anticipating a bad growing season in advance, by paying attention probably to the solar maximums, solar minimums, and studying history. He predicted a bad harvest year, and he bought up all of the millstones in a region so that they all belonged to him. So he entitled himself to the millstones. Entitled means your name is at the top. You're not entitled if your name is at the bottom. Your name has to be at the top. That's where the owner is. So don't be putting your name on the bottom and thinking you're getting any entitlements, y'all. All right. So Thales buys up all the millstones in the area. And when the crops suck really bad, he charges double for people to rent them from him. And the whole world is like, look at this pimp. Look at this pimp. And that is how the stock market was born. This is the birth of the stock market. And so I believe that Dow Jones, the dogs of war, DOW, the Dow Jones, they have these systems thriving and striving in their it's religious for them. I mean, it's totally ideology. But yeah, those gamblers, the Fool card on the Rider-Waite deck, hold on, he's falling off a cliff forward. The Thoth deck, he's falling backwards. Very significant difference. But the Fool card in most standard tarot decks, he's going off a cliff while he's looking up at the sky. That is exactly how Thales died. Thales, they say he was paying too much attention to the heavens, just like we're claiming right now on the show, that they are tuning into the cycles on the large racetracks up above and race baiting the world to participate in the symbolic Olympics of the mind. And the Fool card goes over the cliff just like Thales did. He fell into a really deep hole and died because he was paying too much attention to those high cycles. So yeah, I just wanted to put the full card on the map with that. And the grand poobah of saying, I think he says Panta Are. I might be wrong, but it means all is flow. Really, they say he's saying all is water, but he's even in the fine details. He's saying all is flow.
It is interesting how we call it a flow state, be flowing like water. Like, why do we associate flow with water? Air flows too, but for some reason we always associate it more with water than with air. I mean, if I think of air and how it moves, I think of a current somehow. Like not a water current, but a water flow, not an air flow, but an air current. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think that air flows because it's got water in it. What a concept.
Yes. Also, with my anagrams, I just got to jump in on this. Flow, wolf, laugh, love. Yeah, the W can become an F or a V. And so, yeah, the love flows when we laugh.
Not the live, laugh, love signs. Come on.
It's all there, man. It's all there.
Oh, those are so cheesy.
Even lava and Yahweh. Lava and Yahweh are all right there. Very
and with what was I gonna say? Damn, I hope I didn't forget it. What you were saying before, the flow, and what was you were saying, Slick? You mentioned a whole lot of cool stuff.
Live, love, laugh.
Love, cups, tarot. When you're reading about emotional conditions and love in a tarot reading, you're reading in cups, water. So water is love. Love is water. This is why men and women fall in love, because they water each other. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I love this Ace of Cups card. I actually see obviously the ovaries and obviously the man spill.
So is that why they call it a flower with the ladies?
Is it just me looking into the eyes of a lizard?
Thank you. Sorry, they zapped me for a second. Yeah. Do you see the Cthulhu squid face?
Yeah, exactly. It's a lizard face.
Yep.
Look at that. There's like snake eyes.
Yep. I also
the shape of those eyes make me think of snakes, because snakes have got eyes like that. If you look into the eyes of a snake, they've got this kind of.
Yes. I also see Zorro, the masked hero. I kind of see that bandito mask. Yeah.
I love that show.
Nice. Nice.
And of course, there's a figure of 8 on its side, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about that diamagnetic principle. Saturn works through water, because Saturn is a reaper.
Oh,
used to reap all of the green food, all of the crops, which comes from water.
Right. Yes.
And is that a flower that the it reminds me of a flower or
lotus?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even kind of got the pine cone. It even could be
a spider. It's got Saturn in there, and it's got water in there. It's got that spider web in there, like that as well.
Yeah. So one thing about Cthulhu, you guys, H.P. Lovecraft, he predicted Pluto's existence 4 years before the Astronomy Association gave it placement in the astronomological pantheon at all. But he named it 4 years before, and he was an astronomer. And he gave us the word eldritch. He's really big on the eldritch. So the eldritch plan from the monster from Jekyll Island is hailing to the H.P. Lovecraft cosmology. which I ain't down with, to be honest. When it comes down to it, I ain't down with all that. But Cthulhu was born in the myth, was born off the coast of New Orleans. There was a ritual done in New Orleans to psychically connect to this monster out at sea. And the monster was causing waves of nightmares onto the people in mass. They were having common shared nightmare psychic response to the monster in the ocean. And then 18 years after Lovecraft makes the story, Aleister Crowley goes to, I think, Albion. Might be wrong on the city, but he goes to New Orleans and does the exact ritual. And then he even journals about it. And he's talking to a monster called Cthulhu. And H.P. Lovecraft's monster was called Cthulhu. I just want to bring this down to land so it's not all in the fictional realm. There is a gigantic crater just off the Yucatan Peninsula. It's kind of across from New Orleans, but directly south of New Orleans, under that foot, is the Chicxulub crater, which is such a hard one to say. Say that 3 times fast. Chicxulub, Chicxulub, Chicxulub crater is right there. And that is said to be the crater that wiped out the dinosaurs. But regardless, it is one of the largest impact craters there are. And so the fear of the trauma of that scar on Earth, I think, is also encoded by this card. That was a long story around to bring back the Cthulhu out of this picture.
Cosmic, what do you think? Cosmic's always deeply embedded within Lovecraft.
Oh, Cthulhu has always been, he's definitely like the sort of the patron deity of water. But I think one of the interesting things about the Cthulhu mythos is that I think it often gets sort of sidetracked and sort of like looked down upon because people say, oh, well, Lovecraft was obviously writing fiction and he was an atheist. But I think people forget that dreams are a huge element in the H.P. Lovecraft mythos. And the idea is a lot of these entities exist in the dream world in this kind of collective astral dreamlike space. And it's also important to mention with Lovecraft that he came up with a lot of these ideas from nightmares and night terrors that he had. I know particularly one was the night gaunt creature, which is essentially, it's kind of like this long kind of slender gargoyle-like creature with like horns, but completely lacking a face and totally silent. One thing I kind of wanted to mention about the water thing, because I've been thinking about what really distinguishes an element from something that's organic. And one of the things I think that's interesting about organic is versus the inorganic is nothing inorganic is ever soft. Because you think about what like the fat in your body is or your skin, there's a sort of a mixture of liquids and solids kind of forming this sort of like squishy sort of substance or whatever. Then you have, because if you think about the body, you have the solid, your bones, your skin cells, your hair. You've got the liquid digestive fluids, the blood, the saliva, the mucus. Then you have gas, which is the air and the oxygen you bring into the. And you could even say fire to a certain extent from either the combustion of metabolism or the electronic signals of neurons in the brain. So I think that when it comes to, water being life, I think you have to kind of think about not necessarily just like liquid water, but it's almost like water becomes life when it sort of exists in all 4 sort of physical states at the same time. Because you think that's kind of what an organism or a human body is. It's something that has aspects of all the elements working together at once.
It's also the only thing that moves away from a black hole. So if you look at the so-called theories about black holes that we've been taught, there's a certain bandwidth around the black hole where there's water coming out of a black hole. And scientists have like tried to gumph on this. And that's because of its diamagnetic quality to create an equal but opposite magnetic field of repulsion to the magnetic field of the black hole. So the only thing that can come out of the apex or out of the magnetic pool as we know it of what we consider black holes to be is water, which is interesting. So at the center of the galaxy, it's a water dispenser. And that water carries information out through the whole cosmos, and with it, it propagates life in different places. Because if there's no water, there's no life. What an interesting concept. There can't even be crystals if there's no water. Not even crystalline life, if we consider crystals to be living beings. And that brings me to an interesting Kabbalistic point. Was there something you wanted to say? I'm looking at yeah.
I'm just thinking about when you mentioned the black holes and the water. I'm thinking about the word river is a very Kabbalistic word. It's an extremely Kabbalistic word. It's a palindrome. River, flip it around. River, flip it around. River, right? It's a palindrome. But also in septenary gematria, it's actually 5 5s in a row. And so the aspect of a river flowing in rivers is playing around with the palindromic nature of our language. But even when you reverse the numbers on river, it's just 5s the other direction, which I guess you could, if you flip 5s in the opposite direction, it really becomes 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. But yeah, these are just some fun thoughts as I play with the shapes of, the idea of a black hole being having an emanation, a water-like emanation, like ripples. When I think of ripples in concentric rings that make emanations, I think of Echo, the story of Echo, as she was taunting Narcissus on his day when he's staring at he thought it was his twin sister in the water, y'all. We got to cut that guy some slack. Y'all got to cut some slack on Narcissus. He was totally set up. He thought that was his sister in the water because she had just died and she was his twin. And so he was actually mournful of his own loss. But this is also symbolic of the divine twin, your placental twin. And he got caught up in that reflection in everything he says to what he thought was the spirit of his sister. He's getting gaslighted by Echo, his stalker in the woods. She's saying the last half of every sentence that he is pining on is coming back to him only in its half of its messaging. And so every word he says, he's setting himself up to fall deeper and deeper into this trance of what he thought was his own sister. So when I hear Echo, I think of ripples and emanations and concentric circles.
Yeah, that's beautiful, because it sort of brings me into the whole emanations from the Kabbalistic perspective. And I wanted to slide this into the conversation somehow. And so if we consider mime, okay, firstly, before we can get to mime, we should consider the tetragrammaton. And before we can consider the tetragrammaton, we should consider Aheye as a sacred name, which represents, people will tell you that the tetragrammaton means I am that I am. That's just because they didn't study and practice. When we look at the Aheye, that means I am that I am. A-E-H-E-H. It's repetition. Hey. Yeah. So, and then the yot put in there represents the individuality, the sperm, the seed that comes from the air. And so, we look at that name, which is a name which isn't really used so much, but it does represent the higher of the Sephirot. It represents the very high Sephirot in terms of God names for the Kabbalistic workings in the higher triad of the Atzilut realm. When we look at the Yetzirah realm, we see the reflection of the tetragrammaton as we know it, which is the Yod He Vav He, Yahweh. Now, here's an interesting point. When we take the Shin, the fire, which is the divine spirit, and we put it into He, it becomes Eshye, Isaiah, Ishye, Ishe, Ishe, Isha. Isha, that's the name that Jesus was known as in many places around the world, which became Yeshu. And the Yut became a J, became Yeshu, because of the fire being put into it. So the fire represents a certain element of Christhood. When we look at that, and by Christos, I'm speaking of the Greek term of Christos, which is the anointment of the Sastra chakra that we saw in Shiva's Sastra chakra when the water is coming out of his head. The Neshama, as it is called in the Kabbalistic tradition. When we spoke about the triple goddess, it was mentioned that the Neshama is when you take the Ama and the Aima, when the Ama and the Aima is the dark waters and the living waters, and you put the fire of the spirit in there, it becomes Ama, and the Nun, which is that transformative potential of the fire, becomes Neshama, which is that transformative aspect of the divine water that guides us back and drives us towards spiritual evolution. And the Neshama becomes that divine feminine that is our route back up the serpent path of climbing the tree of life back towards a state of unity. Now, when we consider now the tetragrammaton, when we put the tetragrammaton, the Yahweh, and we put the Shin into there, we get Yeshua, Yeshua, the Joshua tree, the tree of life. So the Yeshua tree and the Aheshia, Esha, Isu are connected names. And what connects them is that element of fire, which is Shin, which is the fire potential. Now, why is this important? Because when we look at Maim, as it is known, which is the element of water, which is reason. Water is reason. We always associate water with emotions because we reason out our emotions. But when we look at what Maim represents, it represents memories. And memories follow our reasonable cognitive function of associating one idea of what happened and one idea of what happened after that in a stream, water, a stream of memory. And so the reason is what we reflect upon. The way water reflects is when one is being reasonable, one is reflecting. Give me an option and I must be fair, I must be reasonable. I must reflect upon the situation and give you a fair, balanced, diamagnetic idea, not one way or the other. I must become the devil's advocate, right? So the devil's advocate plays a role with regards to the element of water. And now it gets interesting. Mayim represents the waters, but in the creation, in the Kabbalistic law, they speak about the Mayim and then the Shemaim. Now, Shemaim represents the heavenly plane, represents the heavens. So there's the water, which is the water, causal water, and then there is the Shemaim, which is the divine heavenly plane. The plane above is Shemaim, and the plane below is Maim. And the waters above were separated from the waters below, Shemaim and Maim. The Shin, the fire inside that water, makes it holy. Hence, we have the Eshaim. The Eshaim is the holy, divine, fiery, living creatures, that order of beings that live within that divine plane of Shemaim. Shin being the key. In the Tetragrammaton, the inclusion of fire, Shin, turns the Yahweh into Yahshua, the tree of life we can climb, and it goes into Eheye, I am that I am, turns him into Ishua, which is Jesus, which is representing perfection. So we've got this fire element that has this very interesting association, and it always relates to water, which is very interesting. And somebody was mentioning in the chat how temperature of fire is water. And I want us to consider that for a moment, because water is what conducts. It's the conductor, the musical conductor, sound. Now, we were talking about, I think it was Aaron that mentioned experiences. I drowned when I was little. And I can tell you, you don't want to drown. Don't do it. If you were thinking about it, change your mind, don't do it because it sucks. But anyway, apart from that, sound. I'll never forget the sounds. Even while I was drowning, sounds were incredible. I could hear myself like in the water, and it was echoing all around me. And I could feel the sounds bouncing on my body, even though I was okay. Like there comes a point where the pain is so excruciating, and you got to have that little popping thing in your brain with the juices that kicks you out of your body. But the moment I left my body, what did I notice? The swimming pool was down there, and I was like, woo, Red Bull on wings. And there was no Red Bull needed. It was water. I was flowing through a substance that seemed like water. And I watched the universe unravel, and everything that was unraveling inside the universe seemed like water. And even when I was getting close to the light and I could see the top of the light, I felt like I was moving through water. But it was confusing because I could see my body down there and I knew I wasn't in the water, but it's like the substance was water. And since then, having experienced the astral planes is watery. The etheric planes is very different. It's airy. It's all about forms. But when we go into the astral planes, it feels like you're surfing through, I'm going to say this word loosely, mercury. It's like there's this stuff around your body that's like water, but it's also like mercury. It's colorless, but it's got like a light inside it that's not light. It's like the only word that comes in my mind is quicksilver when I think of the astral plane. That mercurial change around your body, everything's changing all the time, and you're flowing through the stuff, even though you don't have a body like you do in the etheric field. In the etheric plane, you've got a very fixed shape, organized body. But when you go through the water field, it becomes a field of cognitive, mental. It's a mental field, but you're moving through what seems to be water, and it's a reflective field where our consciousness that comes out of our minds becomes the dream that we're experiencing. Dream being the key word to the element of water. And so this dream connection with water and water with dreams, and that idea of Shiva with the Ganga coming out of his head, I believe represents when the Kundalini has reached the Sastra chakra, and we start to recognize that dream time is the nature of reality. And we start realizing that what's coming out of our heads is dream time, and what's going into our heads is dream time. The stream of water, we're moving two directions. And it makes me think about the Druids and their fishes that used to swim upstream. This was the salmon, and what a metaphor that was, to swim against the current. And that water has this way of, have science actually figured out how those things swim up there? Fascinating, eh? They're using some kind of spiritual sidhi power, are they not? What do you guys think?
Are you talking about the salmon? Yeah, it is. I watched the special on this. They completely, when they get up there, a lot of them are like at a zombie state where their bodies have like completely like fallen apart, but their spirit never did, and they just kept going. And some of them don't make it, but they never stop trying. They never stop trying. So their perseverance is unparalleled. It's incredible. It's just absolutely incredible. They just have that inherent drive to do the impossible, and they just go at that wall of the impossible and just keep flapping their fins. It's just amazing how far they can get with what little power and nutrients, and their body can be broken down, and it's just amazing. You never see that in any other species.
I love
They're
watching.
actually swimming up a waterfall. Please continue.
Yeah, I was just gonna say my favorite thing to see is the bear catching the fish, trying to make that jump. You know, that's got to be some kind of festival in the bear spiritual realm. It's like the catching of the fish in the Cascadia, you know, the cascade is the waterfall. I just love that. It's like So think of like a fish has it, you just go with the flow and food just comes right into your mouth. That's how they don't even need hands. They just open their mouth and swim into their food. A bear is kind of emulating that. When the bear goes and stands in the waterfall and just opens his mouth, he's doing what the fish does. And the fish just jumps in and catches that bad boy. It's so beautiful. Such a wild dance. Bears doing fish kung fu. That's what that is. So
in a 100-foot waterfall, the water's falling at 60 miles an hour. How fast can a salmon swim? Speed a salmon.
They can swim pretty fast,
Swim.
but I think the highest waterfalls they can get up are probably about 4 or 5 feet, I would think, if that. But probably at least 3 feet. They can, maybe 4.
So they can't swim that fast. I'm just pointing out that they can't swim.
they're doing some
60
other
kilo-
technique.
60 miles an hour. The waterfall of 100 foot, and they go up these waterfalls. Some of them that far. They go up high. How do they travel? Okay, so if the water's falling at, let's say, 40 miles an hour, how fast do you have to be traveling to go up the waterfall?
Really fast? Like when you watch these salmon try to do this, usually don't see at first. A bunch of them will try to do it and just flop and get washed back. And they're like, what are we doing? One will make it through a little further and they'll be like, oh, okay. And they'll take lead and they'll try to match that and try to go further and further. And they'll just continue to do.
Like those are all short bursts, and they have to fight like not just against the water current and the speed, but also against gravity, which is working against them together with the falling water. And I looked it up real quick as well. If we're talking, let's say sprinting, quick bursts over short distances, it's approximately 7 miles an hour or 11.3 kilometers an hour, which is still really not that fast. And if they're just, chill, efficient swimming speed, as they call it, it's about like 1.8 kilometers an hour. So let's say a mile an hour, which is really terribly slow. Like a mile an hour, just imagine. And then to go up against the waterfall, even if we're talking the sprint speed, let's say of what was it, 7 miles an hour, if the waterfall indeed comes down with like 60 miles an hour, how are you even doing that? And how much energy are they using?
I wonder if his buddies are down there with their fins locked together, giving him a boost. Go on, buddy, here you go.
That would be amazing, though. That would be amazing.
One thing to consider is as the water is coming in at that speed, it's creating a cavity of the water it's landing in, drawing it down, and that creates a current of almost equal speed to the falling water up at the top. And so I'd imagine they're riding on the negentropy of the water making a cavity, and they're just riding on that and then making a maneuver at the...
Using that as the initial boost.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's just a matter of keep going.
Yeah, negentropy is a good word. And it's a great word because we need to get over our association of negative equals bad. You know what I mean? I've even heard people dance around the word negentropy because they're like, no, it sounds like you're stigmatizing it. And it's like, no, it's because negative. And they're like, but women are the negative charge in the generative principle. Yeah, good job. Thank God. Thank you. Please remain the negentropic charge. Please don't stop being the negentropic charge. I love the negentropic charge. So yeah, I just love to keep that that negativity as a good thing also. Yeah.
Also,
So
I want to-
it's the equivalent of a human being running 80 miles an hour
Oh,
wow.
name me one.
compared to our maximum running speed. Oh, and up a hill. So,
Oof.
like, this creature's maximum swimming speed is 7 miles an hour. It travels up there at 8 times its maximum speed, and not just that's its lateral. It's going uphill. There are supernatural forces at work here. This is why the Druids worship them, because the salmon have sidhi.
You also have to take into consideration the property of levity that Victor Schauberger, the Austrian water engineer, was very prominent on. Being able to use the power of levity from water. When you cycle water certain ways, it can actually create anti-gravity effects. And if you're riding on the right wave, it can ride you up to somewhere where you can just clear through everything. And the way that they maneuver and they're designed, they can just, when they hit the water at the top, even though they're going against the grain of the water, the wave, they can just ride into there somehow and just.
Yeah.
But there's still such insane speeds. Like, for reference, the fastest human that we know of, at least Usain Bolt, because who else? His top speed, if we're like measuring the 100-meter sprint, was a little over 23 miles an hour, so 37.5 kilometers an hour, which is still that's so mighty fast. But frankly, how fast did you say? Like the equivalent of 80 an hour for?
Well, I would say like at least 80 miles. It could be 100 miles an hour. I'm just saying it's like a human being able to run a ridiculous speed. Because if we're running, the average person should probably only be able to run about 15 miles an hour, I'm guessing. Right? Not even 10 miles an hour.
In full sprint.
Let's blame Netflix for that, yeah?
I believe
my point is that it's supernatural.
You can reach like 30K an hour.
I just want to point out that Netflix is a fisherman's metaphor. These are the fishers of men. The social engineers are the fishers of men. And I want to run through just a quick list of correspondences, Franklin, from when you were talking about the Shem and the Yeshua and even the aspect of that Jesus. Back when I was learning the miracle of the placenta, when it was still new and novel to me, I read all of the epithets for Jesus, a whole list of them, and 80% of them were just obvious on the face of it that this is about the placental ancestry. It's so obvious. And I wish I had that list. Someday I'm going to find that list and read it off for people just to hear it with their own ears and not take my projection for anything. Just hear it with your own ears. The many epithets for the Christ. But so ashamed, when you're ashamed, there's something of the ancestors are frowning upon you. When you're inspired, when you get the goosebumps, that's your ancestors harmonizing, singing your song, to encouraging your name from the other side. So to be ashamed is kind of the opposite of that. And it has that shamed, but also even the word state issued, the issued ID is, this is the bait and switch from the birth certificate, right? And this is also a graven image. When you take on the state Eshemed ID, then you are agreeing to be this graven image, this little face. And when they pick it up, they're like, is this you, son? And you're like, yeah, that's me. Well, guess what? That's a voodoo doll that controls you. You're not the ID. This is loss of thinking space. Denkronverlust, loss of thinking space. You're conflating the subject for the object. And I want to also mention the red and blue berries that they pulled you over with. Those red and blue berries that they pulled you over with, those are technologically designed to emulate a drowning. When you get pulled over and you get a baptism of adrenaline, guess what? The lights are corresponding to the baptism of John the Baptist, holding them down till their pineal is about to pop and then pulling them up and saying, "You're welcome. Now you got a Christian name." So the baptism of fire. One more thing is when they come up to your window and ask for your state Eshemid ID, you better hope you weren't drinking fire water. You better hope you were not drinking fire water, because if they smell fire water on your breath, you're going down to the pokey, son. And they're going to poke you with that pincushion needlecraft. All right. Yeah, I just had to say all that. And then one more, canoe stick. We're talking about the neshama is the gnosis. And the Gnostics had the canoe stick. And I think about the canoe stick all the time, because that's the end of Odysseus. He has to take an oar and bury it inland, where the pagans don't recognize what an oar is. They say, "Where are you going with that winnowing fan?" And he's like, "That was the sign I needed." And he digs a hole and he buries the canoe stick in the earth, in the land of the pagans at the very end.
Canoe, powerful symbol. The boat. Yeah, we haven't spoken enough about that. I wanted to mention a little bit more about the Taoist system. We were talking earlier about water of earth and the waters of the heavens, and I also wanted to mention the waters of the ethereal waters. So we have the Jing is the root aspect of the energy body of the Taoist system, and that's cultivated by being well hydrated and drinking enough water, with a healthy diet and exercise as well. But as you build that foundation, it's considered to be like the wick and the candle of the system, and then the chi, which is gathered from the heavens, from the upper waters, is pulled down and then gathered up as the flame for that fire in the heart. And then when that fire is burning strong, the Shen is a treasure. The third treasure is the most powerful treasure of all, and it resides in the heart, and it can ascend and allow one to access the divine and be in the ethereal waters, in the places where you might access past life experiences or be able to talk to ancestors that have passed on to the other side, things of such. And so there's the different aspects of the waters within those three aspects: the physical cosmos, the waters of the ether of what we call space, and the ethereal waters being different types of waters in a different realms, and then the waters here in this orb, if you will, for the globists, I guess, and vice versa accordingly.
Makes me think of the word betwixt. Being betwixt the higher dimensions and the lower dimensions. We're two wicks. We're two wicks.
I like that. Yeah, the two wicks burning the midnight flame from both ends.
Yeah, that's really interesting how that ties into the fire element and how it relates to this relationship. I just want to point out something, and this is a popular idea that's been spread in some books of the Kabbalah, which I don't agree with. They like to try and translate Yahweh once again as I am that I am. And when we look at the roots of a word, hava, right? It relates to breathe. Hava, hawa, hawa. In Hindi and in Sanskrit, Hawaii is wind. So, Ia, Howe, Hawe is relating to the principle of breathing. And it relates to that breathing, which is the exchange of water. between the yot, which is the masculine element, being projected into the he, which is the window, which is the feminine receptacle, because it holds, and that is then connected to the second he, the womb inside the womb inside the woman, where the next creation gets taking place. So it represents the connection between the astral, Hiao, and then connecting with the Vav, which is the nail that connects Ya to Yahweh, where, which is, and the word where is a really good sound connection because it's here, where, Yahweh, here, where. How does here come into being? So I relate the name Yahweh as the principle of breathing between the masculine and the feminine polarities that manifest the firmament below the firmament above. And that principle of manifestation is, so if I were to try and translate the tetragrammaton, I would say the way in which the world comes into being through the combination of masculine and feminine principles, where eheye is very much about me. It's a personal pronoun. It's I am. So when we say eheye, we're saying I am that I am in its purest form. But a lot of people have written up that the tetragrammaton has the same meaning as that. And I don't fundamentally agree with that. Good night, my boy.
Good night, Daddy.
I love you more than anything in the world. I like your shirt. It's very cool. Go and get into bed. Good night. So, be a good boy. Mountain climbing, beach, sunrise. Yeah, man.
Everyday action.
Yes.
Yeah. Cute.
I love you. Yeah, man. Good night. Yeah, he takes my stream of thought. But anyway, these names and the way that they relate to this principle of water, I find it so interesting because when I look at this, it seems to represent that fire. When you put the fire in, it becomes something more of a transmission of climbing the tree of life. And that element of fire within water is so interesting. It's like water contains so much heat. Like, what is the major constituent of water? Well, you've got oxygen, you've got hydrogen. What does oxygen do? Well, it creates a whole lot of heat, doesn't it? What is hydrogen? Well, hydrogen contains like the potential for what? Hydrogen bomb.
Extremely complex. Yeah.
It's got a lot in it. It might not be active, but it's potential. It's like that feminine potential within that water. It's that substance that holds everything in check. Without that water, we wouldn't have an atmosphere. We wouldn't have an ionosphere. We wouldn't have would we have gravity if there was no water? I've often wondered this. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
You know, number one on the periodic table. Yo, salud.
How you guys doing?
We've got dear Chris.
I was having some technical
Bless you, brother.
difficulties.
Chris is a dear brother. I've only seen a little bit of his content, but it's beautiful. It's touching. And he's a great thinker. He's out of the box. Welcome and honored to have you. Do you please tell us a little bit about yourself and jump right in?
Sure. First, I apologize for being slightly later than I said I would be. I was having had to set up. I don't usually use Chrome, so like had to set up Chrome. Had to allow it with all the camera, then had to allow the mic. It was just a pain. But originally I'm from New Jersey. Now I'm living in California. I was a musician for 10 years before I came here. And I'm basically working. I don't know what else to say. For work has about me. I mean, in 2020, I got concerned about the world and what was going on, so I started getting involved more with podcasting, things like that. I do shows with Emily Moyer, who I know, Slick, you've done some shows with. So, yeah, just happy to be here. I'm glad you invited me.
What instruments did you play, Chris?
Piano, guitar. I was the singer in my band primarily. Yeah, it was weird, a really weird thing. It wasn't something I did when I was younger. I just started a band. Family, they weren't expecting it. Went from baseball to nah, don't want to play sports anymore. I want to be in a band. Father wasn't too happy, but
Back in the good old days when we still had bands.
yeah.
Damn, the world has changed.
Okay,
Fun times we're in.
That's Chris Frozen. Are you still with us, brother? Good.
Yeah. Let me know if my connection goes out or anything too.
It did for a moment, but it seems like you're back and strong. So you were saying something, dear brother. Slick, you were getting onto a roll.
Oh, the high dragon of hydrogen. The high dragon of hydrogen is the number one on the periodic table. Yeah, it's a cornerstone, right? Yeah, and I often think about like Mercury. You know, Mercury is number 80. It's elsewhere, but he is often holding aloft that caduceus staff. You know, it's always held up high, almost like a divining rod or a first offering. You know, the first offering. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that, and I think Joe Rogan might be hailing to the high dragon in his name. You know, it's like Dr. Rogan and Mr. Hyde. You know, he's got the Hyde and the dragon. Joe Rogan, you've condensed the words, and it's dragon. Joe Rogan is the dragon. Yeah, Quetzalcoatl
I think
Club.
D and J have got a very interesting relationship. Yeah. If we look at Coptic, we look at Egyptian syllables, the Jedi, you know, which is actually starting with a D, as we know him from George Lucas. But I think it's fascinating when we look at like the powers of water. And so water is the power to reflect. So when we start to look at the supernatural powers and the powers that water can awaken within us, the way these salmon are able to basically use water to change the magnetic effects. This is something quite powerful and something quite magical. And it's interesting how, you know, the story of walking on water, balancing on water. When I was at the Dead Sea, it was really interesting. If you sit on water, the way you feel, I don't know if any of you have been to the Dead Sea, but if you go to the Dead Sea, you can sit on the water in a meditation posture. As long as you don't sit for too long, because it will literally skin your nuts. Sorry, ladies, but it will literally skin you. You got to be careful. You sit there for too long, you get back, you're like, you've lost a layer or two of skin. But it's interesting to be able to sit up in the water and have a conversation with people like you're sitting on a chair. So you add salt to water, and it becomes something quite very different.
Just like Aaron was saying, like what type of water is so important. Chris, we were about to all share. We almost died in water stories. Or
actually, I have a.
Have you?
Yeah, I had a bad jet ski accident where, because I used to have jet skis back when I was younger, and I was being stupid and in the back channels down in Jersey Shore. You know, like how they have like lagoons, and to get to the lagoons you have to go through the bay, and then there's like usually like a little like inlets that take you to the back lagoons. Well, I'm in the inlet, so I'm going around these little inlets that you're really not supposed to be flying in, and I had my brother's friend on my back, and I was going way too fast, man. Probably, I mean, not like crazy, but probably like around 35, 40, and somewhere where you should have only been going like 10 to even make the turn. And we both flew off, and I hit land, and it did, but it was and I did 2 backflips. I felt myself flip twice on the land. So I'm like, I'm gonna break my neck. But luckily it was a marsh, so it was so soft that I just got bruised up. I thought I was, I was done. So, yeah, I think my more banged up than I did.
Did you have any major epiphanies from that like near-death experience?
I mean, I never even considered it near death because it's the only thing is I'm careful. It wasn't because I want to compare to someone who actually had some sort of like they had to go to the hospital. That I mean, I was even bruised, but it was just straight luck.
Chris, you're breaking up just a little bit on my side.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I
wonder
think
what's
your
doing that.
connection was lagging for a moment or something.
But did you say you were too young to even think it was a near-death experience?
Well, it was because I was so unhurt, like nothing happened. You know, I don't want to take away from people who've had to go to the hospital, who've had out of body sort of like, you know, I just went home like and was like, don't do that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sensation of drowning, I'll never forget it. Well, of course I'll never forget it. Bloody hell, it hurt. But apart from that, I was afraid of water for a long time, and I think I've told this story before, so I won't go into it too much. But since it's about water, because I had a fear of water, my father, God bless his soul, he picked me up and threw me at the water. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is okay. At first, it was like trauma, like, because I didn't want to go in the water. So my dad just threw me in the water. Like, he was like, just threw me in there and jumped in and said to me, right, I'm here with you. You're good to go. So I overcame my fear. Then when I was about 7 years old, I started surfing, well, bodyboarding. And I was bodyboarding at a place called Llandudno, where on a big day, you can get 3 meters swell. But it's a straight wall. It's a fast wave. It's far out to sea. It's deep water. It's Atlantic Ocean, so it pushes. And when you get the off, where Llandudno is it's got like a mountain funneling the wind. So when you get those, it can lift the water up to go 3 meters, 3.5 meters high, but it's a big wall. It's very fast moving and it closes out. And because it's such a big wall, so I was riding these waves when I was a little boy. I'd go far out to sea, and sometimes it would get so rough that the surfers were too scared to go out into the sea, and they'd all be standing on the beach looking at the water like, and I'd be laughing at them going, you guys are scared. Because I was obsessed with overcoming my fear as a little child. I didn't like the fact. And then I fell in love with the sea. And what I noticed is if you get taken under the water, it's you can fall asleep under the sea. I don't know if you know this. You can actually fall asleep. Like if you're in a washing machine on a big wave, when it's doing that, if you roll yourself up into a ball, you got to be calm. I learned this because you think you're going to die. I'm like that whole drowning drama all again, like, oh shit, here we go. Round 2, ding, 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 ding. It's like, no, we're not doing that again. That hurts too much. So I used to learn to just roll myself up into a ball and just tumble backwards like I'm rolling down a hill. And my body would be going like this, like over, like looping, like somersaults, fast. And I'm like a cork bouncing round and round in the center of a vortex of water. So I learned how water operates, like a spiral. I was like, that's interesting. If you get into the spiral and you let it spin you just relax. You get really dizzy. It's quite cool because you're spinning. And then you can just count 1, 2, 3, and you forget that you're under the water. You forget that you're moving. You start to and then I'd get like a little, hey, dude, you're falling asleep. I'd be like, no, this is better than that. The alternative sucks. I'm good with sleep. So I used to fall asleep under the waves sometimes, and I'd wash up on the beach. I washed up at least 2 times. Another time I was carried by a surfer. He found me sleeping in the sea. But there's something quite interesting about our relationship with water. I swear to God that the water was protecting me. And I knew that the water was looking after me like it was a living being. That was my experience being in the sea, sleeping and unconscious.
You're like Aang from Avatar, the protective bubble hibernating in the ocean for the next Aeon age. You know, Franklin, I sense that exact sensation from when I was snorkeling and all, you know, just swimming hard and really working for it and taking in all the awe of the other world. But then eventually your body is exhausted from work and you just kind of like just go limp, you know, but your snorkel is still sticking up. You could totally fall asleep if you're not careful, you know. Eventually you get a mouthful of water, but yeah, you could totally go to sleep. Your body really wants to, and you kind of have to convince yourself, no, it's not time for that.
I reckon though you don't take a mouthful of water. Maybe with a snorkel it's a bit weird, but when the water's covering your face, it's the weirdest thing. I never understood why I never drowned. And when I say I washed up on the beach, I'm talking about 100 meters away, because it's like it's a 100-meter break. It's more. It's there's 3 big breaks, and then you get to the back of the breaks, and then the sets are behind that. Then you wait for the sets. And so if you come a cropper, and you would always come a cropper in the beginning because it's such a steep drop in. Like you're dropping in on a wave that's like going vertically down. You got to be very quick in your maneuvering. If when I was older and I used to surf, I used to sometimes dropping in. If you miss your timing, you're taken straight into the heart of the wave and you're spun so quickly. Or sometimes it would pick you up and throw you for what seems like 5 seconds in the air, the arms dangling and spewing, and you're high up in the air. It throws you high, man. And then you see that big rumbling wall of water, and you go, uh-oh. I know what's coming now. But my experience of water is that it's alive. And I question whether water is not organic. It might not follow the so-called typical organic thing, but to me, water is alive. And I think the spirits can work through water. And I think that's why we use it for baptism. I think it's why we use it for initiations. I think it's why it has that diamagnetic potential in separating firmaments, in separating one reality from another reality. Why it's got that quality of reflection. I think that the beings that are not physical can take on the form of water. I don't know. I put that out there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it reminds me that water has a unique property that it expands when it freezes, and so it operates in unique ways. And I feel like it's a magical substance. Something very amazing about it. Very much like a crystal, like a liquid crystal that carries memories, and it can kind of carry you away. It's amazing. I feel like it has a field of energy around it that it carries that we don't really see or we haven't really acknowledged, but I feel like that's an important part of water as well.
Chris, did you do a talk about baptism recently? Was that you?
No, I didn't do one about baptism. I had to talk about hydrogen not too long ago. That was like the first show I think me and Emily did was on hydrogen, but we more so were getting into the aspect of Hephaestus or Vulcan being the god of hydrogen, which is interesting because then we have the whole god of the Freemasonry being basically the god of hydrogen, and that gets into the aspect of it having some sort of special. I mean, if you H2O, I think water. I'm pretty sure the geometry of water was this, I believe that's the secret of the Pythagoreans. Like you get the magic angles from it and everything like that, right?
Yeah, buddy. Also, let's not forget the wisdom of Athena and the fact that H2O is an anagram for what an owl says. Hoot. The wisdom of Athena. It's in the water. Yeah, man. Great weaves. I love that.
It was interesting that you were saying that you could fall asleep underwater. Because I think if you pass out and you're thrown in water, don't you like not you won't take it in your lungs, right? Like say you're knocked out.
Amazingly, yeah.
Yeah,
Amazingly.
that's wild.
So we have it's not a gag reflex, a drowned reflex, even when we're subconscious. That's fascinating. You know, earlier we were talking about, you were mentioning Lovecraft had an obsession with the unconscious realm. And I think this is a really neat topic, you know, something about like, we kind of get caught up in everything is everything, and it sounds similar enough that we could just assume that they work the same. But I ponder, Freud, I think, is the marcation of when they stopped using the word subconscious, that he actually kind of stepped away from that, and he moved into the term unconscious. And if you look into the word subconscious, they'll kind of throw it into the wind with like, anything is everything, whatever you make of it, it's a fugazi. And they say it's relegated to the alternative healing communities and cults and people who take things into whatever. But psychology delves into the unconscious. And I think that delineation is really parallel. In fact, I think it's an XY axis of sorts, that the unconscious presumes the dream space, and that you're kind of alone. This is your journey. You're the only one navigating, and what you make of it is what you make of it. Kind of like when Luke goes into the Dagobah system and says, "What's in that dark cave?" And he's like, "Only what you bring with you." He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to take my sword." Shit, right? But the subconscious, I think, is something different. I think that the subconscious, for one, it implies that you're not asleep. I think it also implies that you're taking in a great many data points that you'll never be able to account for unless you really spend a lot of time taking information apart to a higher resolution. So yeah, I just wanted to mention the unconscious of the psychology has this kind of a hypnotic, you're really actually asleep or are you awake? But then the subconscious is almost a different kind of dimensionality to the human experience, where you don't know it. But if I asked you, which side of the door did you put your shoes when you walked in the place, you would be able to say, "Holy cow, I set them on the right side of the door." And you're like, you didn't know what you didn't know, but that you already knew what you didn't know. You know, playing with that is in the subconscious. So yeah, just some weaves on the depths of the watery metaphors, you know?
It's interesting.
That's quite
too,
interesting.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Please continue. Please continue.
I was just going to say the etymology too, like sub and under. So you see so unconscious is, and then we have under the water, unconscious, or sub. Like, because sometimes if you think about sub, it's usually like more of like a less than, or someone who's under someone hierarchically. So it's like it's the part of the consciousness that's less involved in your everyday life. But if you're saying unconscious, that's something completely different. I think there's definitely something there, especially with the water type of reference. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, I think the subconscious is a domain where we actually share, we're kind of all sharing our common illusions in the subconscious. But I think of the unconscious is more like, this is your personal, it's dream space, you know, it's your dream space, which I have dream walked before, and I've had people dream walk on me before. Yeah. You know, that does happen. There is some shared space down there, but I don't think mainstream science sees it that way. They think that that's all to yourself. But I have dream walked with some people in wild, fun ways. But I think that subconscious is the aspect of where the social engineers have kind of framed some of the presumption in what the subconscious is structured by. And I guess I'm kind of shoehorning my own system into that. You know, a lot of my claims of what I do with the Enneagram and synchromythicism and the symbols of the tarot and the zodiac and the light cycles Yeah, I think that is the alchemistry set. This is the alchemy set of the social engineers, I believe.
I like that. And you know, when I think of subconscious and I think of unconscious, I think that the reason why many psychologists or therapists or people that consider themselves to be students of the mind, and I had a girlfriend that had a PhD, and she was very high up in the NHS Scotland. She was a research coordinator. She coordinated teams of research coming up with new therapies. So she was very, very high up in NHS. And then I had another ex-girlfriend that she was busy doing her doctorate, and she used to run an institute. And I noticed there's this blockage. People that have studied in that linear box of this is how the mind works, and they won't go near beta. They will deal with theta. So your alpha consciousness is when you're still awake, but you've got like cognitive focus. You're between what alpha is between what between 8 and 12 hertz algorithms. I think it's 8 and 12. Then your theta is 4 to 8, and then your beta is less than 1 algorithm per second. So it could be a half, 30 pulses, electrical pulses per minute, up till 240, between 30 and 240 pulses per minute, where the theta, where people are prepared to go, is between 240 and 480 pulses. That's where we dream. REM is when we're in theta. We don't have REM in beta. Beta is when we are subconscious. But when we are subconscious, we are no longer in our bodies. So I would say that in the theta state of mind, we're dreaming, we're having lucid dreams, we're having all sorts of interesting energetic experiences. But I think when we're going into the beta, we're in such a deep state of sleep. We're so far away from the body, we could be potentially having divine experiences in other realms. And that's why psychology won't touch it with a barge pole, because it involves the spiritual. And it's like a swear word in psychology, because they are all so scared of being called kooks. Oh no, I can't even look at that philosophy because I'm going to be called a kook by my peers. So they just see no evil, hear no evil. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I personally have been questioning the usefulness of the conscious versus unconscious dichotomy, because I've been kind of like playing around with more with a panpsychist point of view, where you start to view everything as having a very small, form of consciousness, and as certain like elements, complexify, that consciousness and its range of experience increases. So you start with an atom, then becomes a molecule, then becomes a protein strand, a cell, so on and so forth. But the problem with the conscious versus unconscious dichotomy is it kind of reinforces Rene Descartes' sort of dualism of sort of a mechanistic world that's unconscious and a conscious soul. Because I think if you kind of look at different aspects like rocks and minerals, you see that there is a kind of a primordial sort of base consciousness in all things. So it's not a matter of kind of like, like on and off. So we think, is it conscious or is it not conscious? And I think it's actually more useful to kind of think of it like at what level of consciousness is thing. Does it have a high level of consciousness where it's like maybe a human being, it can reason, or is it, a low level of consciousness? It's just, a clump of mud, on the ground. But I think I think it's more interesting if we, look at the mud as being like 0.00001% conscious, and maybe the human is like 80% conscious, instead of just that kind of that very stark zero consciousness, one for the mud clump, one for the human being, and sort of seeing consciousness more as that gradient and evolution of complexity, I think is actually in a lot of ways more parsimonious with science. Because think about it, what materialism essentially suggests is that consciousness arises from a universe completely and totally devoid of consciousness. That would be as if, let's say, I have a bucket of blue paint, and I open up that bucket of blue paint, and on top of that blue paint, there is a splotch of red paint sort of sitting at the top of the surface. And the logic would suggest that that red paint must have come from some kind of external source. But materialism is like basically saying, no, the red paint has to have been generated by the blue paint. And to suggest that the red paint came from outside of the paint can, well, you're just a woo-woo nonsense believer. You're just a stupid religious person at that point. So I think that when you kind of like, instead of looking at things as absolutes and looking at them as kind of these different sort of like gradients of awareness, I think you can actually get not only a point of view that makes more sense with the world in mind, but one that actually, fits consciousness into it. So lately, when I argue that kind of materialist point of view, is that they always they say, well, you got to prove that God exists. The burden of proof is on you. I shift the argument, put the burden of proof on them, and to say, how does consciousness arise from an unconscious universe? How does consciousness form from totally unconscious matter? And if you really actually think about it, like that actually doesn't make sense. Doesn't logically. And I think it's more parsimonious to say that there are certain substrates which have smaller, more microscopic consciousness that form into higher levels of complex and eventually individuated consciousness. So I think of it like in terms of there's individuated points of consciousness that arise from larger fields of consciousness, which would be something like minerals. So it's not like, each individual atom might necessarily be conscious. It might be that the desert, or just a bunch of sand rocks might be one giant field of consciousness that then, as those forms complexify, it becomes more specified and more fixed to a specific point in space and time. So I guess in regards to that, I think that whole panpsychism model, the idea that matter and energy have consciousness for it, I think it actually makes more logical sense. And I think it actually fits better with what science has already found, because I think materialism in a lot of ways is just sort of it's really more of a metaphysical point of view. It has nothing to do with science. So
Yeah.
I had a thorough line I was doing that, but I think I'll open the floor to somebody else.
I want to reflect a thought I had a while back about if the universe didn't repeat, there'd be no reason for the mind, and that the mind is in fact, the pattern attribution organ. And I think it is a fascinating pattern how the paternal masculinity is in the word pattern, that even the cornerstone of the church is Peter, and it's all pattern recognition that we're all so adept at here. And so in the olden days, I guess they would have said to the illiterate people, oh, you don't know the patterns. Come to us, the literate, the literati, what do they call them? Literocracy, to tell you what the patterns are, to validate and fill out your forms and give you permission to exist. And so we're in an age of information deluge where we have so many patterns to share in the wealth of that it does kind of lend to a higher consciousness, I guess, a higher richness, an embarrassment of wealth in things to be conscious of. And then I just want to share my play on the word consciousness. It's the conch shows us noise. And that is that when I make these mouth sounds, they go into the conch of your ear. And that conch in your ear is painting images in your mind based on the mouth noises that I make. And so that also is a conch that shows us noise.
It also manages our balance, doesn't it? Is there like a fluid balance in there? A fluid balance, sort of like a spirit level, a little spirit level bouncing around between our ears, keeping us like upright, which is quite interesting because our ability to, our reflexes are governed by the sense. Like we were talking about martial arts in your group earlier, weren't we? And like to me, it's all about reflexes, like being like water. To be like water is to be so in tune with that spirit level that you just shape around whatever's happening. Whatever comes at you, you just move around it. You move through it. You move around it. You wrap yourself around what's happening, and you just transform the situation because you've become a mirror. And so the whole idea of being able to be really in tune with what's coming at you in real time and to be able to cognitively function in a way like water, because water shapes immediately. It doesn't like wait a second and like, oh, there's a cup coming here, I better shape around. Like it's instant. There's no delay. I think that notion of being really in tune with what's happening now is in our ears. And so we speak about hearing. Are you here? Are you present? How here are you? I'm here. I'm fully here. I can hear well. And it's very interesting when we look at it, like how important our hearing is. And I want to point this out to people. I believe this connection with hearing is the Akashic field, but I think the Akashic field is the pranic field that we are resonating with through the element of water, which is why the pranic field finds its resolution here in cause and effect, in our bellies, where the womb is. And so that womb is that connection with the pranic field through which the spiritual mechanism can operate to bring a being from a spiritual plane here into the physical plane and allow it to use the 7 principles to create the correct resonance so that the cymatic engine of shape can take form on a molecular level in the womb of water. And so cymatics works best in water, or am I wrong? Who knows much about that?
Let's ask Chris. He's our musician.
I would say yes. I don't see what could work better with it. I mean, I know it also like it works with sand obviously quite well, but water would be, in my opinion, what it would work best with.
Yeah. I mean, crystal. Obviously, the quartz, the crystal is gonna create a what's that effect called?
Like a resonance.
Piezoelectric.
Piezoelectric.
Oh yes.
It will generate an electric field in response to stimuli, sound, and that's very similar to diamagnetism in water. So if we look at what piezoelectrics is, it's a reaction electrical field in response to stimuli. Water does that with magnetism. Isn't that weird? So water does with magnetism what crystals do with particles. But in the electromagnetic spectrum, when you induce a magnetic field, you create electricity. And when you move electricity, you create a magnetic field. So the two are so inexplicably linked that we can use electromagnets to A, generate electric fields, or B, use electricity to generate a magnetic field.
That puppy's looking pretty piezoelectric.
He is. He's an electric pup.
Oh, I can almost
word
smell the
love-
paws.
He's so beautiful. And I was just thinking how the word love and the word lube are connected. And how love lubricates
Oh, yes.
the womb and everything else for the love to come into being. And how sacrificial love is. Like, I was thinking about that with my son, you know. Like you wouldn't even consider like you wouldn't think about having to sacrifice yourself when it comes to your child, right? Like, I take it you're a father, Chris.
No, I'm not actually, but
You're not.
but
But
I
like, basically, if
understand
like,
the feeling for family.
well, exactly, it doesn't have to be your child. I mean, you do it for any family member, but for your child, it's more strong than ever.
Yeah.
That impulse, where, like, it's just I've noticed things with myself. Like, I'll start doing things like, and I'm not thinking about what's going on. Like, my son walked into the road. I almost ran into I was running into the road to fetch him, and I was like, "Hold on, no, you come to me." Much better idea. Instead of me coming to you, we're both in the bloody road. You come here, buddy. But you're acting before you're thinking. It's like a pure natural instinct, and so it's very interesting, how that instinct of love lubricates action within us in order to become sacrificial. And red, so the red sack red, that red color of the sack, which is ready, ready to bring the blood into play. It's quite interesting when we look at this concept of blood and red and blue. And Cosmic was using a wonderful analogy about red and blue. And I'm thinking about what you said as well, Cosmic, about how we contextualize it as being black or white. And we think in terms of external representations of extremes and opposites. And the diamagnetic elements must have the externalization of the field, where you're looking at the more subtle interactions between the fields as degrees. And it makes me think in the magical art, when we consider the degrees of things. So there aren't many qualities. There's dryness, there's wetness, there's heat, and there's cold. Those are the four qualities. And so the combination of those four qualities produces a whole field of texture, in the way that the degree of wetness and dryness is, because wetness is another form of dryness, no? And cold is another form of heat. But we speak of cold and heat as being opposites. But if we think about it, it's relative. Because if you're comparing minus 22 to minus 32, well, minus 22 is suddenly heat. So it's a relative scale, but cold and heat are the same idea, but in terms of its relativity. And so I can see where you're going with consciousness is unconscious, conscious. It's all the same thing, really. And I agree with it. And I think that the so-called institutionalized sciences have really twisted themselves up in piles of nonsense in order to try and over-rationalize something that's possibly more simple. And so the contextual oppositions of these extreme ideas are all really within the same field of qualities, of degrees of qualities, perhaps. And it sort of makes me think about the degrees of these qualities and how our consciousness is conducted. For example, when there's more water in our body, we concentrate better. And so let's look at psychicism. Psychicism is based on concentration. One needs to concentrate one's consciousness towards a single point of focus, so that that focused point of single point of awareness can become like a laser. And that laser can then become like an instrument of movement towards a desired goal. And that then becomes the way in which we influence. So the fluence, when I say the word fluence, I see a shape. It looks like a funnel, the fluence. And the influence is like we're taking the outside and putting it inside ourselves to change the outside. I know that sounds a bit weird and loopy. But that's how I see it happening. We take the universe and we put it inside ourselves and we change what it is through focusing it. And that's the principle of Saturn, which is concentration, which is compression. It's the opposite of Zeus. where consciousness, Zeus, is that expansiveness of the consciousness where we are allowing ourselves to expand into new fields of possibility and allow information to expand and create further ripples of information that are like unfolding from within, like an concentric expression of a spiral toric field that moves out of us. But the concentration of Saturn is when we're pushing it into that point. And this brings me back to Saturn's element. So Sat, when we look at Sat, Sat is well, in Afrikaans, we say something is Sat, it's finished. It's the hanged man, it's done. But Sat in Vedic cosmology relates to a more subtle element of sacrifice and being able to transcend our desires and our sacrificial, through our sacrifice of what is given and donated in the offering of religious worship. We reach a Sat level of consciousness through the Om Tat Sat. And the Tat represents that which is given, represents the sacrifice. But the Sat represents that freedom that comes from the sacrifice. So Sat and urn. And so the urn is where we keep the things that have come and been, the ashes. So Saturn is the wheel of time that turns, maintaining the ashes of what was before, with the freedom of what can come in the future, bound in a wheel of correspondences, which is moving through the sphere of rhythm. And so this brings us to shamanic power. Shamanic power is that rhythm of that wheel of Saturn. And when one gets in rhythm with that wheel of time, and one allows oneself to become like a serpent and to fall into that rhythm, we automatically become connected with that which is outside of ourselves and inside of ourselves, in the way that two pitchforks that are tuned to the same frequency carry the same tone. And the one tone getting louder will make the other pitchfork louder, and vice versa. And so we enter into this trance state where we are in vibrant resonance. And that resonance is based on reason. And that reason is based on reflection. And that reflection is based on mime, which is the memory of water, which is the memory of what is outside of us, in confluence with the memory that which is within us, that are calibrated to be in the same tone of thought. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I love it, buddy. I'm thinking of sine waves of time. And like I mentioned, the lunar or the solar maximums, solar minimums. And, you have to, when you graph that out, it literally is a S curve going up and down, just like on water, and when we're at the maximum, things start to look similar to the last time we were here, and we go into a minimum and things. And so the familiar ancestral legacy of the light codes start to manifest through us. And so, yeah, those are some of the visuals I had on my mind when you're talking about the mem of the water, and the memories.
Yeah, I immediately thought of the when you were talking about the influence on reality. I mean, we had that experiment that showed they were making hydrogen now with point source lasers, just shooting them at each other, high powered, basically high frequency light. So we know matter comes from light. So that concentrated light, that concentrated influence of your frequency manifests reality. I think that's great.
And don't they use pointer lasers to block the helicopters during riots? Like, I seem to recall there were helicopters coming to mess with the people, and everybody turned on their laser pointers on the helicopter, and it like refracted some kind of signal.
I don't know. They might have done that if they were. Was it at night?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's probably why. Because then you're blocking the if they're using like night vision or something like that to try to. Yeah, that would really screw their cameras up.
Yeah.
So
Also-
that means drones. Word to the wise. If you don't like those drones, get lasers. Get a whole lot of them. Make yourself a pointer laser cannon with like 50 of them strapped together. It's like, this is a king size laser. Laser
Yeah.
gun. Pow. I think we're going to need this in the future. Sorry to say. I mean, sorry to bring the conversation down to the dismal depths of like just where we're at in the real world. You know, I don't know what it's like in America. You guys are like drone city, aren't you? Like you're basically being watched from the skies. Is it as bad as London?
No, we don't have CCTV yet.
Yeah, not at the
Yeah.
ground, not at the ground level.
I mean, they just started out here in some places. You could go down the street and on the telephone poles, they have, instead of the cameras they would used to have, they hook up drones now. And now I guess they could drop them. And I don't know, I had never seen them drop before. So I think it's like they're using the drones as the cameras for right now. I don't know if they're actually having anyone full-time monitoring these things and dropping them down and following people who are suspect or anything like that. But I think that's the plan eventually.
Yeah, you can get traffic tickets out here in the States when you
At least we know there's a way around that.
the cameras will film you and send you a ticket in the mail.
Yeah.
So rough.
You know, when I was in college, we used to go on scavenger hunts of most criminal nature. But I'd imagine that would be kind of have a scavenger hunt with see who can collect the most drones. And yeah, you got to take a picture of your harvest and then bury them in a remote location and get the hell out.
Yeah. Sounds good. Wipe the fingerprints. Yeah, there's the police actually have drones here in my town that they use to go to areas where it's kind of far and distant for them to drive to. So they go and spy on like places where they think they're making drugs at different labs out in the boonies out here.
Yeah. I know the ones they bought here. Well, not, I don't know. It wasn't Los Angeles. It was Burbank, I believe. But it was just DJI drones, like ones you could buy, consumer drones that any of us could buy. I have one. I have a DJI. So they're not like using crazy advanced stuff. I know there were places where during the lockdowns they were like trying to yell at people like, go home, go inside. I think that they did that in some states here. But more so I feel like that was like Australia and stuff like that.
Well, it's just something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Sorry to be all dreary about it. It's something to look forward to. But it's all good because lasers are easily accessible these days. And I'm happy. I didn't really realize how simple it would be to disable a drone. Because if its cameras can't work properly, well, what good is it? You know?
Yeah.
And infrared's a very powerful beam. Like we know that it can burn our eyes, right? So like those lasers that they have at dance parties, those things can damage your eyes badly.
Oh yeah.
You know, if that laser turns and mounts and looks at the crowd and people, that's like, you know, a lot of people with eye damage. So it's quite serious. You know, they've got to be safely mounted and all of that, especially in an outdoor party. And we have a lot of outdoor parties here in Cape Town, and it's a very windy place. Imagine a huge big laser rig gets blown over, and it's like people lose their eyesight. Like 500 people, you know, on a dance floor can just go tits up. But because your instinct is to look, right? Stupidly, like, oh gosh, what's that? Oh, but
You know,
yeah, I do think that getting back to the topic of psychic force.
one second,
dream.
Franklin, before we leave the drones behind, I just want to mention paint guns, paintball guns. It's a good, fast, ready delivery. Yeah, that's a nice way to get in, get out. You don't even have to get a ladder.
My boy wants me to buy a paintball gun, and he's 8 years old, and I was like, "You must be kidding, my boy," because I know what he wants it for. He'll be shooting the dogs and the birds and God knows what next if he gets his hands on that little thing, and they're quite dangerous, especially for an 8-year-old. I did promise him I'll teach him to shoot, and I was thinking about buying like an air gun because you can get some fairly powerful air guns these days, like a .22 air gun or something.
Yeah.
but even that can be quite dangerous. You know, I do want to teach him to shoot. And I was explaining to his mother, like, have you looked at the world we're living in? I know I'm a pacifist, but I want to teach him to shoot, and I want to teach him to handle a katana before it's too late, before you're not allowed to. Do you know what I mean?
I like using the bow and arrow. Maybe start with that, like before going to anything higher. I mean, it's something, you know, and it's not as dangerous.
It's
You're actually
sustainable.
onto something. It's something you can make if you're in the wild. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Use
use
a string. You got a bow and arrow.
and it's fun.
make
It's
it
fun.
both. I think ash might be good too.
Chris, what do you shoot with?
I use just a what the heck's it called? I have one longbow and I have a
Recurve?
it's one of the bows that you could shoot either hand with. I can't even remember what the name of it is now. It's like a Turkish something, I believe. I could honestly grab it if you want me to. It's literally like the simplest bow. It's one of the old school bows that people would, if in close combat, fight with. You could only really
Wow.
fight with it in close combat because it doesn't shoot. You can't shoot like a longbow or anything like that.
Wow.
You have to be within a certain distance. But I
But
like
it's good. Yeah.
I
Because
like
it's mobile, right? You can right hand,
yeah.
left hand, whichever hand you come in that way, I can shoot you any direction.
exactly.
And you don't have to pull back far because it doesn't need to travel far. It just needs to get in there and wound him bad enough for me to finish him with my
yeah.
saber.
And
Yeah.
it's like one of the ones you could shoot either side with. So you want to shoot 2 arrows if you start getting decent with it and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I find it fun, and they're not too expensive or anything like that.
That's great. Yeah, I love archery. I have had some remarkable archery ranges in my days and made some crazy shots. Yeah, it's very fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's super fun. Super fun.
Yeah, I recently made my first bow, homemade bow. I think a couple weeks back, and it's been a lot of fun. I use a birch because my girlfriend mentioned that birch is traditionally used to make a fishing rod. If you want to make like a homemade fishing rod, it's got a lot of flex to it. So it's been working really well, and it's been really good.
That's so cool.
Use a little bit of vine on there for the to hold the arrow up there right in the middle of the bow, and it's just been working great. I love it.
Does your puppy watch you while you're shooting?
Yeah, I build a robot out of cardboard boxes and I shoot at it.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Put that cardboard into recycling.
Sometimes they bite the arrows in half and I have to duct tape them back together.
Yep, totally. Good times. You know, something I love to do, guys, this is a fun one. If you ever go camping, I have a slingshot. And something I love is just kicking back on my hammock, and I'll build a tree robot just out of like busted old branches, you know, and it's just like a bunch of branches, but they're kind of reaching out, and then I'll slowly pick it apart, and it like you're chipping holes into this, you know, tree formation. Yeah, so that's a good time too. And you don't have to go. The other thing is you just got a bunch of rocks. You don't got to go chase your ammunition down and come back. You can
Grab anything.
Yeah, stay in your hammock for a good long haul.
I was just looking too. That is a Turkish recurve bow. That's what the bow is that I was talking about.
Badass. That's
Yeah.
cool. You
Yeah,
know,
it's fun.
I used to when I would take shots, I would actually do like tactical maneuvering in between,
Mhm.
so I could like, you know, pull it out of any situation,
Yeah,
tucking
yeah,
down,
yeah.
kneeling down, and even like pretending like I'm blocking their arrow with the
Yeah,
bow,
yeah.
like knocking arrows out of the air. Yeah,
Yeah, I try to practice holding as many as I can sometimes, and because that's how they would do it back in the day. So it's like it's hard, but it's definitely fun and challenging, and probably like just a lot safer for probably a kid if you want to start them on something before teach them how to shoot a gun.
nice. Have you
Yeah.
seen Lars Larson? Is that his name?
Is that the crazy guy who can shoot, like, I think he holds all these world records?
Yeah, I think his name is Lars Larson. I might be wrong, but yeah, he could do all the tricks. You can shoot at his back and he'll jump in the air, catch your arrow,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
shoot it back at you. But
Yeah.
that time it lands.
Yeah, crazy. Both hands too, right? I think. Yeah.
Wow. Well, all this talk about the bow makes me think, really gets me thinking about the conch, because the Zeus, the ear is like a bow that holds tension and conducts the tension of sound, the vibration, through, so that we can become conscious of the tension of sound pulling against the water in the air. So I see tension of sound as being like pulling against the water in the air, or pulling against whatever it is that's the substance, but in the air, that's the water. That's like, you'll notice when you're up high, that's the interesting point. When you're up high, you don't hear the wind. Like if you're in places where it's too cold for the water to be present in the air, you don't really hear the wind so much. When you're in places like by the equator where there's more water in the air, sound seems to be more like wow. And so everything seems to work with it. Like the best sounds, somebody was saying in the chat earlier, was like, the sea. Rob was saying how he likes it rough. I love the sound of, but also the bubbling brook. I mean, it's fine. Like when you're at sea level, sound seems to be better. Obviously, the closer you are to water, the more resonant sound becomes. So anyway, the conch, the ear, acts as like a bow that captures the tension, and it also focuses the mind, like Sagittarius focuses the consciousness, and that bow is pointing at Arcturus, pointing at the arc of light, where it goes, arc of Taurus, right? The toric field, the Taurus, the spiral that comes out of itself and goes into itself, the arc of that toric field, which is like a bow, is Sagi, the sage, who is that embodiment of Zeus, who is bringing the consciousness of the first principle of Hermes into being. And so I don't want to lose my thread.
Franklin, I want to correct the Arcturus. I think it's Antares. Is the star it's pointed at, but it's the same direction. If you overshot Antares, you would hit Arcturus. So I think they are aligned. But the tail of the scorpion is Anteros, which is an anagram for treason. Anteros is an anagram for treason. And that's fascinating because the scorpion kiss is a kiss of betrayal. And so treason, Anteros, and Scorpio are all what that arrow's pointed at. So I just wanted to leave that with you.
That is so interesting because the eagle is Zeus's ride. Yeah, it's like, have you seen my ride? I don't need to pimp it up. It's already pimped. But when you look at Scorpio's old symbol as an emanation of Mars was the eagle. So the eagle is associated with Scorpio, but it's also obviously associated with Zeus, conch Zeus. So that's obviously that height that you can go to with the eagle is very high, and you got a very good view, like with the eagle eye. I think the eagle eye would represent the eye of Horus, the hawk, the eagle. So that consciousness and that expression of the bow as the focus is possibly why the Japanese and the Chinese like to bow, as recreating this, I bow to fate. And fate is that interesting, is that the word of Zeus, because he has to enact the fates of the three norms, right? They basically dictate, but he's got to go and follow this. He gets given a rule book. He's got to play by the rules. They've already dictated what's going to happen, and he can try and circumvent it, but at the end of the day, he's going to make that happen, whether he likes it or not, in a sense. So it's quite an interesting concept when we look at how the element of Sagittarius of knowledge and information and wisdom can empower us so that we can learn to concentrate better, creating that psychic arrow that can be shot by the focus of this sage wisdom that we have, and create that necessary tension of resonance and vibration that can bend reality to our will. So this is like the dream. Now, we were talking about the water's connection with the dream before, and how the unconscious, subconscious, the dream state is related to water. And from the shamanic perspective, we've got the dream time, and we've got the 3 dreams within dream time. And if we go into the middle dream, that's when we can actually influence reality. And so that's like dream yoga, lucid dreaming in a sense, using that to focus this arrow of consciousness that it can hit a target in the physical world. So what does that mean about knowledge? Just rambling questions here for you guys to like chunk on.
I feel like knowledge is a lot like ice. We feel like it's solid, but it's really not. And when we have more wisdom, we can understand that we hold ignorance to make that our knowledge is only half true. And so it's kind of hollow. And so when we can melt that ice of knowledge and understand in our pools of wisdom deeper thoughts, where we can transcend the boundaries of our knowledge. Knowledge is important to be able to have insight and understanding, but it can create limitations. But
Yeah,
we
man.
can transcend those limitations.
You know, I love
I
pointing.
see. Ice.
I see.
Please
I
continue.
see. Yeah, yeah. I love pointing out the, you know, even in the word what it is, you know, what a thing is, it has that solidification, isolation. We're making this, you know, yeah, giving it a solid category. But even in the isms, you know, the whole world is a collection of isms, and each ism is like a subscription into a paradigm. Yeah, I love the ice is knowledge. That's great. And the fact that it expands, you know, that it increases somehow in that state.
It does. The more you know, the more questions you can have. The quest never ends.
It's so counterintuitive that it expands when it's cold.
And
Things normally
Chris,
contract.
Chris, your name is like, you know, crystal and ice and the Christ. You got the serious ice in your essence.
Yeah, yeah. But very little water in my actual chart, my birth chart, though.
What
Is
are
your
you?
name Christopher?
Yeah, it's Christopher. Miner's my middle name. Ciardiello is my last name. So they got
Christ
the CC.
Cipher.
Yeah, buddy, that's a wonderful musician's name. Are your folks
Yeah.
musicians?
No. They none of them have ever. I have no one in my family who had previously been in the arts. Oddly,
Dude, that makes it even more potent because it's yours, you know?
yeah.
But
I think my middle name is from Miner's from my great grandfather's first name was Miner, and I have no idea what, because my family's history gets very chopped up on that side. So I think that was my father's side. Yeah, it gets chopped up after because my grandparents came over from Italy, and then like my grandfather's, you can't trace that past his father.
yeah,
What's your birth year?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
What's your birth year?
Oh, it's March. I'm Aries.
What year?
Oh, 87.
87. I'll check out you. You might have Chinese water element.
Oh yeah, no, I know my Chinese in the, I think it's Chinese. I don't want to be. I believe I'm the wood rabbit.
Rabbit.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
I'm
wood
I'm,
rabbit.
I'm a wood rabbit too. I'm a
Yeah.
negative wood rabbit. You're a positive wood rabbit.
Oh, 87
Yeah.
is a fire rabbit, I think.
Is that what it is? See, I can't really remember. I did it, and I know the guy whose system I had typed it into. He has a different system than some other people use, so I don't know if it changes slightly.
Unless you're born in like January or February, that would be like 86 on the Chinese calendar or something.
Okay.
You know, that name Minor, you know, it resonates with my father's story with his genetics. It gets kind of lost in the scramble very quickly, you know.
Same thing, huh?
And his last name is basically the word coal cart.
Ah, okay.
And but they don't see it that way, and I don't think they want to see it that way. I think they're very adamantly like adverse to the truth of their own name.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, yours is Minor. Mine
That
is
was my first thought when I heard that, was that there had to be maybe there, but because it was his first name, it gets a little weird. But still, I'm like, is there some sort of mining past to that? But I do know that I think my last name comes from some sort of medical Italian background that you could trace the Ciardiello back to. Like maybe Sardinia or something, but it's hard to say because they could have changed it even when my grandparents came over. But the middle, I always thought the Minor was an interesting first name for someone to have, and oddly, you know, when I was younger, I was like, "What is this middle name?" It's so strange.
And you know, it becomes very musical very quickly, very easily. You know, the minor, but also even the menorah candle. Sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 9. But then also music was invented when Pythagoras was walking by a blacksmith, Hephaestus. He's walking by Hephaestus, and he hears 2 different hammers. Yep. And that is the invention of music. So yeah, very musical name, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Do you like pastel colors?
Yeah, I'm not averse to them. I like them. I'm not really that. I don't have much of a. I'm open to all art like that. I'm not really adverse to any colors and whatnot.
I think pastel colors show a lot of the subtlety.
Yeah.
They carry the subtle information that's not obvious. Where the bright colors, I've always been drawn to bright colors, but I've changed like in the years to become more sort of interested and drawn to pastels, which is interesting. When I was younger, I was always bright colors. I like the bright colors. And now I'm like, you know what? Those pastel colors actually rock. Interesting how
I find myself now drawn to earth tones often, which I don't know why.
Minor also represents information. Because you mine information from within. And that's why it's mine.
I like that.
It's also
and
it's almost
youthful. Yeah.
It's almost Ronin in reverse. It's kind of like, sounds like Ronin. That's cool.
I know, it's close. Yeah. Yeah, the minor, the youthful, obviously the other, like saying someone's a minor that's always been in my mind as to like how people would read it, but then I just stopped caring eventually.
Yeah, you know, something that's been on my radar, you've probably heard it on my channel if you've been listening. I talk about the what are called in Greek, they're called the erotes. And these are essentially different categorical desires, and each one of them has a different name with a different meaning. A lot of people just kind of think of Cupid as kind of the Roman, or they think of Eros is like the alpha of all the erotes. But there's actually as many as 6 to 7 other minor desires. And I ponder that these are also rites of passage in our life. and that different cultures will prioritize these erotes such that there's a healthy music to going through these initiations in a flow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
so right now, there's a lot of talk about doing things with minors and child trafficking, but I just like to kind of pull some of the rug out from under the potency of these terms, because in school, when they would ring the bell, when the bell dings, which sounds a lot like the word buildings, then you close the book, you change the subject, you stop thinking about that. You intentionally don't want to think about it anymore, and you're relieved. You're like, oh, good, saved by the bell. And then you put it in your purse, you put it in your person, you put it in your bag, your sack red, and then you move into child traffic, and you go through class warfare to try to get to class. And it's a struggle to get to class, but there's desires in the hallway. There's all these wonderful desires in the hallway. I got to take a leak. I got to go pass a note to Susie. You know what I mean? There's all these wonderful gifts on your way between classes.
Got to get out without being seen to give my surfboard.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I just want to, when we talk about like child trafficking, I just want to bring some context to how that's part of the program. That was part of the program as children. And so it's almost like when we hear the word child traffic, it's almost like a bell dings and we're like, oh, hey, let's get up, and you're activated somehow. And so I just want to share that around the word minors. It really is it's kind of a raw trigger phrase. And also, I'll stop after this, but they say that the word trigger was not a verb until the 1940s. They say that it was when they finally let them release the movie Manchurian Candidate. They sat on it for a long time. They had Sirhan Sirhan go out and do his thing with the C-3PO pinch on the neck. The Vulcan death grip was Sirhan Sirhan's trigger. But they went and did those operations, and then the word trigger started to proliferate as a verb. But before then, it was only a noun. Now,
Dude, that's crazy, because that reflects so much on everyone now who's getting triggered out of, and this is a new cultural term being thrown around, and it stems all the way back to MK Ultra, basically.
You got it, buddy. But I want to also say, like, as soon as I give you this nugget, this juicy nugget, and it's so much to chew on, you're like, wow, it's only been a verb for this long. I just want to say, but what it does has existed since way before we had the word for it. So just think of how many hundreds of years we didn't have the perfect mouth sound to state what's happening. That's how emotionally oblivious our ancestors were. They didn't even have a word trigger for a verb. Maybe they had, I don't know, something else, possessed, but the demon, you know what I mean? Something more spiritually superstitious. So I just wanted to throw that one out there.
And I want to bounce back on your trafficking statement. I think you're onto something there. Is that a spider? A weird place for one. The idea of trafficking, it's not really an accurate term, is it? They make it sound all like it's just child trafficking, instead of like child kidnapping or child slave trade, or what it really is. And traffic is just something that you're so used to, because it drives past everywhere you go. There's just traffic. Oh, it's just traffic. It's just traffic. Oh, it's just normal. They're just coming and going. You're right. They've turned it into such a soft euphemism that we can sort of accept the idea without becoming vomit worthy of the idea and being spurred into a group mind, group think, autobot, automatum, Manchurian Candidate way of responding with the same generic nonsense, but
Right.
people not really doing much about it. Like we should be walking around in the street with clubs.
Yeah. The word Overton window, it's kind of a catchphrase and it sends people into a research spiral. Overton window is great to research, but you can encapsulate it with a single word, banalizing. They work the Overton window by like doing something absolutely unthinkably atrocious, only so that your temperament is dragged into the center of acceptance more. And then they'll throw you a curveball the other direction. And yeah, that is all just banalizing. That's a great point, Franklin.
That reminds me of the cult of Belial. That's who Casey had mentioned was, I guess, the social engineers of Atlantis. He called the cult of Belial, right? So the cult of Belial is banalizing.
Very interesting. I dig that. Yeah. Belial is a number 6 on the Enneagram. Recently renovated from the shadow of fear to now is more like the shadow of doubt. Like too much skepticism all the way into cynicism. It's got some Belial right there.
Yeah, when we look at that Baal, Ia, El. So Baal is another form of Marduk, with the sacrificing our little ones in the name of the owl, to like Babylon women throwing their babies in fiery rocks. Is that what it says in the Bible? I think that's how but it's an old Shemitic practice following from Marduk from way back then, like as far back as and before the Akkadians. They were practicing this. And in fact, Abraham was practicing this when he strapped his boy to the rock and said, you know what, that beating thing, you don't need it. And thank God he came to his senses. But no, it was a message from God, wasn't it?
He gave him, I believe he gave him the ram, right? Was it the ram or was it the ram? He, instead of his son, he said, stop.
Yeah.
Here's the ram.
I mean, God was like, something has got to bite the dust. That's the deal.
Yeah.
Something's got to bleed.
Something had to go.
But not your son.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was an old practice in many of these people from Baal. And so Baal, Ia is Enki. So they've connected. So Marduk tried to take on Ia. The story of Marduk, when he became or is associated with Ra, wanted to be the only god and took on all of the qualities of all the other gods and started forcing history to be rewritten. I think that was where history was first rewritten, because of that big, terrible war, which is outlined at the end of the Sumerian texts. What do they call it? They call it the there's a name for it. Like all those big weapons of mass destruction that basically caused this filthy, poisonous, toxic wind to go over the whole planet and create famines, and everybody died of starvation. Yeah?
Yeah.
And
I can't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So Marduk was behind all of this, right? And because he was the one who had brought the Ijiji from Mars to Earth. They wouldn't have been on Earth if it weren't for Marduk. He came to petition and say, listen, guys, this is like, look at what's going up there. The hammered bracelet's going to be hammered. Nibiru's going to poke through into this side of the world. It's going to cause catastrophes. Mars is becoming unlivable because it's changing. And we need to come to Earth. And then when they came to Earth, first thing Marduk did was, you know what, those human girls, they rock. So he took one, and they were all like, well, if he gets one, why can't we have one? And that's the story of the Nephilim. Because then they all started taking wives of humans, and that was where the interbreeding started. That was when they lost control, and the blue blood and the red blood and royalty and all that Illuminati nonsense, going back to those ancient times. But then it was Marduk that... Now, Marduk took on the name Ea. So Belial, I'm sure that he tried to take on Ea because Ea was the original one worshipped. Because Ea was the first lord of earth in the form of Ea and Ki. Earth Lord. So we can see this cult of Belial, like
Mhm.
what they really are about. Like,
Well, it's interesting too because even in just the story of Abraham and Isaac and sacrifice of his son, you see that exactly what Gabe was talking about with the psychological manipulation of making an extreme claim, bringing them almost to the edge, and then instead of okay, no, you don't have to sacrifice your son. Instead, here's the ram. It's a little, not as bad, but now you're instead of sacrificing nothing, you're sacrificing just something a little less than your son. Eventually, it might be your son.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the original scapegoat technology, is you teach these kids the story of like, what, the dad was going to kill his son just because he heard a voice, because he got a whim in his head. He's going to kill and it climaxes. He has to climb up to the, to the place of the Holocaust, the full burnt offering at the top. And then the story gives you this, oh, thank goodness. Yeah, let the goat take the trauma here. And so then the rest of your life, we have the water goat. It's got away, and even it takes away that sense of like, oh yeah, Watergate. Yeah, that explains everything. I don't need to ask any more questions. Just take the sacrifice and it's not me. You're telling me it's not me? Okay, greatest of all time? Sure, as long as it's not me. Yeah, some disassociation technology, man, right there.
Yeah.
Finger on the pulse, for sure. I always talk about when the cop comes to your window and is grilling you at your conversion. This is how the Crusaders, the Knights Templar, they would pull people over and test how they speak. And if you don't say the word shibboleth perfectly, they glitch your ass. And then you got to bow down to their God and say their words just their way. We still do this with civic religion, y'all. We do it with civic religion. And the creepiest thing of it all is this guy is geared for death. He wakes up in the morning ready to die, and he's presuming that you're ready to kill him. And he's going to walk up to your window dressed like a superhero, and he puts his ass in traffic. He's standing there grilling you, putting the pressure on the already adrenalized situation. You're not sure if your insurance did go through on the bank last month. You're like totally, your balls are on the line, but he's pretending like it's his ass that's going to die. And then meanwhile, I just want to really de-psychologize the process. Not only is his ass in traffic, he's putting himself in death's way so that you'll answer these questions just right, but also there's cars going behind him in your subconscious field. Yep. And think about the fact that even in Europe, it is set up so that the cars are rushing by from your left side to your right side. That is the direction that you read. And so the loss of thinking space is replete with symbology that this guy's going to full burnt offering himself on the side of the road so that you answer these questions wrong. It's so intense. It's totally dramatic and unnecessary.
Absolutely. So right there we have the cult of Belial, we have the psychology aspect or the psychological aspect, and then also when you were bringing up Marduk and how he brought down the Ajiji from Mars, that's also Steiner has this story about the Marsmen who came down and they reincarnate here after Mars is destroyed, and he says, I believe, are essentially the ones who push the dysgenics or the eugenic type of alterations in humanity. So then you have that aspect of it as well. That seems to be part of this Belial type of cult.
I love that you mentioned dysgenics. That word needs more airplay for sure. Yeah. I have a theory, and it's not. It's definitely a black pill theory, but the word dis, it means hidden, but it's also the name for Hades. It's another word for Hades, and particularly the Gauls, their pantheon puts Hades at a very high priority. It's almost like they were proud to be the people in the dominion of the dead one. It's like death is at the top and that makes them tough, that kind of thing. But I think we've inherited this subconsciously. Wait, maybe, yeah, in another form of consciousness, sub and under, because Hades is your head. And the inner world, the underworld, is in fact like your internal landscape. I love talking about people's internal landscape. And I think that you could say that that's the realm of Hades. But the cool thing of seeing it that way is that that's actually the realm of the living. Your internal landscape is actually full of all kinds of gems and treasures.
I like that. And so Hades represents like what is below the threshold of consciousness while
Right.
we're here. And it's that idea of we've got to invert ourselves from the living to be able to be there. And interesting how those rules could be bent. In the old legends, how seemingly almost common it was for people to go to Hades, like get a round ticket.
Also,
Double
this was just in the mainstream with the story about the people from Haiti eating cats or sacrificing cats.
You're totally right.
Yeah, so this has just been being thrown around in the debates and stuff.
That's right. I forgot about that. And I even said on my channel back when the Chump event happened, where somehow, for some reason, the Chump on the podium getting his ear squib anointing ritual, it harmonized to a great many cartoons all at once for me from childhood. And it was amazing, the augury reading that I got just from seeing him as this chariot card for that moment. And one image that I realized has been in this card since before the cartoon is Snoopy in Woodstock. He, just like a chariot, he rides on his red doghouse, and he's got a yellow bird flitting on his head. Let me see if I can turn out. Yeah, I don't know if I can get the glare out, but yeah, he's got a crab on his head, but he's dressed in yellow. This thing is so Snoopy, it's amazing. Even the Red Baron. There we go. Thank you. So Snoopy also. So I'm thinking, wow, Chump in that iconic moment is fueled by our culture going all the way back to Snoopy. It's also Fred from the Flintstones, but as well, it's Fred from the Scooby Gang. Remember, Fred was dressed in white with blue pants and the orange ascot. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, how is Fred from the Scooby Gang corresponded to Snoopy other than they have a dog as a mascot? And there's your bridge there. But the other thing about Snoopy is he always has a hole in his ear. He's always had a hole in his ear. And so from some of these augury readings in our culture, I saw way back then that they're going to target your pets and that your concern over your animals is the next vector of attack. So yeah, I kind of made a dark prophecy way back then. And here, as you mentioned, the dudes down in Hades or coming, whatever, the people eating animals in ways that we disapprove of and the desperation of it all. It's pretty gross, but it is also consistent with the imagery and the icons from our childhood.
Absolutely.
Nice. This is Harry Houdini right here. Franklin, I think you're muted, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for letting me know. I think it brings us to this element of water being expressed here. Because this is the card that represents water. Represents the letter Mem. Yeah? From the Hebrew. which represents water. And so we can see here, isn't it interesting? The first thing we notice is the sun. And I'm assuming that this is the sun at the top. Let me put my cursor here. This is the solar rays, right, emanating, and life pouring out of the sun. And we can see the cymatics here, can't we? Beautifully done in this Crowley card. And the serpent that is, interestingly enough, sleeping in what seems to be a glyph that represents the subconscious, if that makes sense, or the unconscious. And that he is diving in towards that serpent wisdom through sacrifice. And then, of course, we've got that number 4, which represents the Jupiter we were talking about, which implies Pisces, even though it doesn't say it. Yeah? Because Jupiter seems to have this expression of the number, this 4 in it. In fact, if you look at the glyph for Jupiter, it's a 4 with a crescent. It's a crescent with a inverted cross. And so this cross, this is an inverted 4, which is quite interesting because 4 in Chinese Taoist concepts represents leaving one's flesh puppet at the side of the road. But I like the way he's presented the Masonic emblem here. What do you think? Yeah?
Yeah.
The way this,
You go ahead, Chris.
There's also something I've never noticed. Actually, never really noticed this before, and this isn't even the first thing I was going to say. But something about the way the hangman is shaped is it reminds me of a Japanese alphabet when it's written out. The calligraphy, I guess. What is that? What it's called? You know what I'm talking about, right? The characters in the Japanese alphabet. There's something. It's very familiar to me. It's almost like
kanji.
Yeah. So then, and that just reminded me of the Naga stuff we were talking about. But there's also with the sun up top, and also with the previous card that Gabe was showing. That reminded me of the eye bead, and for that it was used as like an amulet against the evil eye. And then this idea of like the glass bead game, and weaving all these ideas together, and just beads of water, even like, so there's something there too, I think.
The thing that I find interesting in this particular card's symbolism is that firstly, that he's touching the feminine of the cross, because the ankh is the cross, but this particular ankh is inverted, and he's holding on to the feminine rung of it, obviously for convenience. That's what his foot is tied to. But if we look at the foot that is being presented, it is the left foot. The left foot represents Leo, represents fire, expression, where the right foot, which is the foot that is bent, represents Taurus, the tauric field. That's something which I find interesting. I'm going to present the other version of the card so we can compare certain symbolism ideas, because I think. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, can we do one thing real quick before you go to the other card?
Yeah.
Can you share me next to the card? Can you split me in the card screen? So that card has the word Harry embedded into it, unique from other hang cards, because there's a backdrop of an H, his arms are making a A, and then his legs make an R and an R, and then you flip him upside right, and he's a Y. He's one giant Y. So Harry Houdini is very powerfully, he's like a living egregore of all things hangman. And Harry Houdini would tell, he used actual strength as an achiever. He's a number 3 personality type. The card is number 12, adds up to the 3. And so the achiever with the shadow of deceit. And Harry Houdini, he would actually, there we go. That's great. That's perfect. Thank you. He would tell his audience, hold your breath, because I'm going to go in this water tank. And he would go into a submersion tank upside down. Sometimes he would put himself in a straitjacket and hang upside down from a crane in the city out in the open, and then break himself out of the straitjacket on a timer to impress people. But I want everybody to see the correspondence of Stanford University. Look at this. This is called the pediment, or, you know, the front facade. Look at the correspondence of the symbols on that card. Now, hold on. I'm going to take you through the archway, this archway of initiation here. Like, I guess I should maybe do that too. It's kind of got all the aspects, even the, let me see, these little white, do you see these white circles, or these spheres are correspondent to where his hands are nailed.
Yeah.
And then,
Three bars in the middle.
The 3 bars. Yeah.
And
so
3 bars are representative of triple goddess worship as well sometimes.
Right. So I'm going to walk you guys through this gate into this park, or this, the central, what would that be called? The campus, into the central campus in a map. And guess what it looks like from the sky? Big fat Ankh. Look at the Ankh.
Wow. Yeah.
So the correspondence of this university, I've never taken the time to walk my viewership through these correspondences. But yeah, that card, Harry Houdini, Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes, their destinies were interwoven very strongly. There's a book written about their relationship by a guy whose name, the author of the book who wrote Houdini and Conan Doyle, his name is Stanford. The guy who wrote the book about their relationship together, his name has the word Stanford in it. So yeah, all of those ingredients are just some of my nuggets from my weaves around the Hangman card as it pertains to our living culture makers from history. Because it seems important to me that people don't think I'm making this up. I want them to see that this is manufactured on a very high pay scale. And this is not me just doing free association. It looks like, sounds like, is like, this is put together from some of the real pivotal moments in our association of heroes.
It's interesting. So that second image you showed looked like almost like a cup as well. The Y shape when it looks like a cup. And now I'm looking at the Hangman image and it looks like a cup being emptied out, and that like emptied out of water. That's with the blue behind it.
You're totally right.
Man.
You're
all
right.
about sacrifice.
Yeah. Or chalice, I guess I would recall it more so.
And we can see where the crux is. Like, it's basically preventing the flow. Like if you look at that the way the leg is shaped. Yeah. So which leg is rolled up of the Freemasons? It's the right leg. If you've got one leg crossed like that over the other, a metaphor for representing this would be to roll the one pair of pants up so that it metaphorically shows that leg as that leg would be covering the other leg. And the one leg must be covered by the other leg. So by rolling up that leg, you're almost creating a symbolic reflection of the shape. So I think that there's something deeply being shown here about this. And Saturn is the knees in Capricorn. And the fact that it's creating a cross with your legs means that your chi is being blocked in a sense with that energy. It's blocking your chi so that it can't connect with the earth. Hence the upside down thing. And now I'm gonna go to the other symbol and I'm gonna show a subtle difference, but I think it's worth considering because I think it says something. It might add to what's being said here. because just let me grab it quickly. So it's a much more simplistic version of things. I hope you guys can see it. But notice the Tau cross, right? It's not inverted in this one, which is interesting. Notice the life that is streaming from the Tau cross here. And the fact that the legs are red, representing the energy of life, and that the top is blue and looks like water streaming down, and that the solar presence has now been put inside the head. So it's no longer above. So there's this subtle shift that has been taken place where the Tau cross is the T, not inverted. The pants represents the life is being shown as being abundant. And the fact that the Tau cross has got the green leaves on it is symbolizing that the cross itself is alive. Saturn. So it's speaking about how Saturn operates through the element of water. Now the forces of life are bound to Saturn on the cross of Saturn and the causal effect of it. And I'll bring up the other one again. And when we look at the other image, I mean, it's a way much more impressive image in terms of artwork. But here we've got this half moon effect of the subconscious. I think this represents delving into the shadow. And here the Tau cross seems to be made of water. Or am I wrong? What do you guys think?
No, absolutely.
So
They seem like
they've
completely
changed.
opposite. Yeah, the cards are almost inverted, like you said.
So it's just interesting where Aleister Crowley, what he was thinking when certain changes were made to this, and why the sun is shining behind the Tau cross in the color of green, because traditionally green is the color of Saturn, the green man, the reaper of corn.
Mhm.
So green is the traditional color of Saturn. But there we see that they've changed the color of Saturn to be indigo in modern astrology. And so we see the Tau cross is reflecting that astrological color of the indigo. But in the other card, they haven't brought that indigo in. Saturn is purely related to the green man. As we can see, it's the Tau cross of the green man. It's just interesting how they've tried to take green man out of the picture.
You know,
Osiris. Little
Right.
Osiris. Yeah.
yeah. You know, something that's kind of coming into my mind as I meditate on it. The aspect of Saturn being a keeper of time, and notice the bath tiles. That grid work on the card looked very much like a bath. The tiles on the bathroom wall. There is a very small constellation. Oh, I think I was talking about it earlier. Earlier when I was talking about the horologium. Let's see, try to get it there. This clock, sometimes it's called a pendulum, like a time pendulum. But sometimes it's even depicted as like a grandfather clock, which usually has a little swinging thing on it. But other time, even before that, it was called the water clock because it's fueled by the water. And I believe that the shape of horologium, it's a very random looking shape. It's kind of reminiscent of the Capricorn shape, kind of the glyph for Capricorn. It's a little bit reminiscent of that, which kind of has a fish hook kind of on the top of it. But I believe that in the mythology of Aristophanes, the clouds, they're giving you revelation on the first think tanks in history ever. I highly recommend studying everything Aristophanes ever wrote because he's talking about the collapse of an empire, and they just repackage his messaging over and over and over. The frogs, it's all there. But in the clouds, this think tank has developed new innovations for the new way forward. And he's bringing the main character, who's a father who wants to learn how to negotiate his way out of debt. He wants to learn the flowery speech so he can flip good from bad. And he's there and trying to impress him with all the things he's going to learn. And one of the things he's like, all right, praise Zeus. And they're like, no, we don't do Zeus anymore, bro. That's so 2020. Get with the times, Grandpa. Now we got his name is Volt. Hold on. Vortex. Vortex is the new god. Zeus is yesterday. We got Vortex now. And then also they've developed a new minimum Planck length, a new smallest measure of space. And it's 1 foot of a flea is now the new smallest amount of space that we can measure. And we're going to build an empire on this, the new Planck's length. And then the other thing they've developed is a fishing device that they can go to the bathhouses and drop this fishing device and catch other men's robes and pull them over the wall. And then we steal the stuff from their pockets. And then we go and we put their clothes back like nothing ever happened. And so they've got all these gizmos and gadgets. And it's so cunning to be coming from the time of the Greeks. I don't really think it's that old. I put it pretty much back to Ficino and not much earlier than Ficino and Machiavelli. But it's fascinating how these things are repackaged as psychological operations. And so the picture of the hangman in the bath with the bath tiles on the wall, a lot of kids have had horrible shame-oriented experiences in the bathroom, in the gym, in the locker room. Some kids got their ass beat, So when they see tiles in the showers, yeah, it's a pretty potent totem, I'd say that.
Yeah, I think that's interesting when you point out, the sacrifice of children and that it's still alive and kicking. Only now maybe it's not quite to the point of Abrahamic style or pre-Abrahamic style. I think Abraham put an end to it. Maybe he was the one who said, you know what, just because our forefathers did this, it's not cool. Maybe we should stop. And so instead of him being a crazy fool, maybe he was the rational one. Maybe his father had done it and his father before him had done it, and they'd been doing it because it was a practice, right? It was the thing. It was the thing people did, crazy as it sounds. So that is fully interesting how the nature of the sacrifice has become sexually oriented. Like they've realized that they don't have to spill the blood. They can infect the blood with toxic emotional content. And that's enough for them to achieve their ends. Because they used to want to spill it in order to use the power liberated by the spilling of it. But now they're like, no, let's keep it going. Like, it's sort of like the idea of eat a cow or milk a cow for like 20 years to get cheese. As a concept, as these two different ideas. And the one is obviously a more practical solution because it's got longevity and it's got long term. And that cow can, while it's alive, make other cows, And so that's quite an interesting concept, how generationally it's been calibrated to become a generational thing. Because a lot of these things that I've observed, look, I mean, I've been intimately connected with people that this has happened to. I'm sure most of you have, most of us have. And I keep finding the same bloody pattern, man. Families in the military, uncles, fathers, cousins, whatever, in the military families. And when it comes out, like the older the grandparents are like, oh man, it's not such a big deal. And it's like your dad did what to you? And military family and it's not such a big deal. Well, if it's not such a big deal, then maybe it's been in the family a while. Maybe this is a generational thing that's been running as part of a militant thing, a theme. And maybe it's got to do with soldiers being. So now we're looking at initiation. So the word initiation, what is it? In and ishia. Ishia. Initiation. So ishia is, once again, I am that I am. But when we put shin in, we go Asia. So it becomes Ashia. So we could think of that as Isia, as the word for the manifestational realm of physicality as we know it, as an extension of the other three shamanic realms. So we're talking about dream time, Ashia. So in Ashia is to be taking what is outside in the world of form and putting it inside yourself to inform yourself of how to behave. Initiation. And so I think these initiations travel through families as a form of occult workings because children are so pure, and possibly those magicians that were in the military realized that they could use their children to gain occult knowledge and powers. I don't know. What do you guys take on all of this?
This weaves into some of what you guys inspired in me last week as I was listening to last week's show. And the elephant is the room this year. The elephant is the room. It's not that there's an elephant in the room. It's that we are in the damn elephant. And everywhere we look, there's elephants everywhere. Ganesha, genetics. Ganesha in genetics. And there is an entire trunk of epigenetic memory packed into the word Ganesha because it is anagrammatic correspondence to genetics. And I want to also play with generationally. The word generationally, if you give me the Jenna, and then you flip the resh around, and it becomes Ganesh relational. Ganesh relational. And the elephant has the longest memory. So every time you've said generationally, you are saying you're Ganesha relational to the history and the oldest memories there are. The epigenetic bridge, that trunk of baggage that comes from so far away.
Wow, you've unpacked so much there. I didn't even really look at the connection from the word gan, ashir, eshia, and the Hebrewic ashir. And now it makes me think of the 5 gunas, which are the 5 powers, which are the 5 elements, essentially, of that book that was lost in ancient magical lore. It's written about in ancient times, and then it resurfaces in Chinese as the Tao of the 5 elements, and obviously carries with it the 64 trigrams, which is the vector equilibrium of the 64 triangles, or the hexagrams, the 32 hexagrams, the 32 paths of wisdom of the tree of life of Etzchem of the Kabbalah, coming together to make the 64 hexagrams of the Taoist system. It's like the missing link. And now looking at Ganesha, it's so obvious, isn't it? Because he guards the gateway to Parvati when she's in the Ganga, in the water. And this is, once again, she is being baptized in the Ganga. And who guards her way to the water but Ganesha? Initiation. And it's a genetic thing. Wow, that's mind-blowing. Nice one, brother.
Ganesiation, and Parvati is the private. She's in the privity.
immediately when you said Ganesha as well, I started thinking of, with initiation, Sega Genesis, like the initiation of the youth to like our like, I mean, basically our generation and the newer generations, they're being initiated into this eighth sphere type of virtual Ahrimanic world.
Wow.
I think I got one of those guys kicked out of the school when I was a child.
Yeah.
Because we had this Afrikaans teacher. He hated me. He tried to fail me. He tried to get rid of me. He used to put me in the back of the class because when I arrived there, the first thing I did was I took one look at him and I said, why are you behaving like this to the little girls? And I used to put him on the spot. And he used to want the little girls to come sit in his lap. And I used to say, no, this isn't right. You shouldn't be sitting on that teacher's lap. This isn't right. This isn't how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I used to tell the little girls, listen, I know that you're scared. I know you don't like this. Please, everybody, go home and tell your parents that this man makes you sit on his lap. And they did. And he got sacked. And there was a whole big cover up in the school. But he hated me because I was the one who would tell him off for it. And we had a gym coach too, who hated me too, because I used to tell him, how dare you make these little girls cry. I used to tell him that you are the hired help. When I was 9 years old, bro, I told him he was the hired help. I explained to the other kids that this guy works in the school and our parents pay school fees. So he's like working for our parents. He's like the hired help. We don't have to take his crap, you know? And I used to give him a lot of lip because he was a nasty prick. And the one day he picked me up by my throat and pinned me to a football post. Literally picked me up and pinned me. I couldn't breathe, but I could sort of like through my teeth. I whispered to him, "My daddy will F you up." I told him straight, like I couldn't breathe, but because I looked into his eyes and he saw that I wasn't scared of him. I was more scared of what my father would do to him if I told my dad this had happened. Because I'd seen like what my dad did to people if, you know, like he was a very protective father. Like he would have walked into the school and hospitalized the guy there, right there and then. Yeah. Like if I told him, I actually never told my dad because I was too scared. Like if my dad would go to jail or something. But my point is that we had a few of these people in my school. There was an art teacher in my junior school that had to suddenly leave the school because of something that had happened. It was all covered up, but I knew that she was getting friendly with some of the children in the class. This was in my junior school. In my high school, there was stuff happening in the one boarding house, and I knew there was one student who I'd actually got him to sort of, he wouldn't open up to me much about it. He started crying when I started questioning him, saying like, what's going on there? Because I knew about the Masonic connection in my high school. And then there was the same guy ended up having a sexual relationship with one of the other women teachers in the school. We didn't have many women teachers because it was an all-boys school. But I think in our generation, I don't want to say too much, but I know so many people that had stuff done to them. I know a woman that was raped by two woman teachers in school, doing school in the boarding house. Yeah. So, and I mean, I'm sure you guys have this. I think it's been hidden. I think it's way much more common than what we realize. And maybe it didn't happen to us, maybe, but I think it happened to a lot of people in our generation. This is my point.
You know, the word school in reverse is loosh.
Yep. Yeah. And it's interesting too, because then, so now that, because this has become so pervasive, they get rid of the teachers and the psychogenesis, then programming comes in to take its place, the AI teachers.
Man, I'm never going to hear the word Genesis the same again. I'm going to be thinking of Ganesha every time. Even the word like epigenetics could almost have a little elephant genetics. You know, there's like, there's something in there. Yeah. Genesis because of the long memory. You know, that really is. And that, and the guardian on the threshold, the remover of obstacles, you know, there was a casting out from paradise. I've heard that the word Eden actually means pleasure in Hebrew. And so there's a presumption that the other side or the old ways was living within pleasure. But yeah, there's also, you know, and the elephant is totally placental. Let's not miss that the elephant is totally placental. Like the umbilicus is the trunk, where there's a totally different substance in the mucosum of the umbilical cord. It goes for like thousands of dollars on the organ markets.
Black markets.
Yep. But then also, you know, the ears of the elephant, you can see their veins. If you hold a flashlight on the other side, you can see veins coming through the thin tissues of the elephant's ears. The shape of the ear actually tells you if it's in the shape of Africa, then it's an African elephant. And if the ear is shaped like the continent of India, that's an Indian elephant. And then also there's a difference in their leg length, like one is taller and one is lower. But they're so placental. They're so placental. It's profound.
And if we look at the word, so Aleph is the first alphabet. It's the fool. And so the fool represents the whole of the tarot trump combination, the process, which is the serpent, which is the canal, if you want to get down to it, the birth canal, as a metaphor as well. The process of you see, the idea of the tarot trumps is that we're going to climb back into the womb as a metaphor. And the fool represents the journey back to the womb, back to the divine feminine of the neshama. So if you take that in its inversion form, it represents the birth canal in a sense. And so the process of becoming spiritually reborn is the tarot trump journey of the fool journeying through the other 21 points of his journey to remember that he is the fool, you know, the magician as well. So it's quite an interesting the elephant. I think you're really onto something with the placenta and the elephant. They're very connected to their ancestry. They mourn. They go to the same places where their ancestors have passed. They actually cry. They actually go and have funeral rites, you know. And Ganesha is also the deity of writing, in as much as he's the scribe of the deities. He breaks off his tusks and he writes with it. So he's Tahuti, or Thoth, as it's often called, in the Vedic pantheon. And so he represents knowledge and the 5 gunas, and the knowledge that is the power of the five elements, effectively.
Totally.
And, you know, as the gatekeeper.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say this connects totally to what we were talking about earlier with the music, because we have the ivory. We have the ivory becomes the keys on the piano. We have 15 minor keys, 15 the tetragrammaton. I mean, that's the grand architect, the demiurge. So it's there's also the Wadjet. Remember this, the snake symbol of the Wadjet, which is also a widget, or it's a gadget. It's like a technological device. So it's like related to the writing, which then eventually evolves into technology. So there's a lot that connects everything there.
You know, I think that the chet that the Templars would give to pilgrims, it was a wooden block with, I think, might have had an interchangeable piece that you would take it to on the journey to the promised land for this pilgrimage to whatever your promised land is, be it Mecca or Jerusalem. The Templars are like the police, making sure everybody is acting cool, but you don't bring your precious gold on you on the trip. You actually check it in at the Templar office where you came from, and they give you this chet, and it's interlocking blocks, block pieces. And when you go to the hotel and you get goods and services, they'll actually change the code on the block and then put it back and send you on your way again. And the code is, you're never supposed to know the code because it's presumed you would then, try to counterfeit your value on the road. But the shape of the block, it's literally just a long piece of wood with kind of a corner that slides in and out of the top bracket. That is also the shape of a lot of paperwork still today. I went to the scrap yard, and I was bringing in an old safe, and I was trading the metals to the scrap yard for value. And when they gave me a piece of paper, it was so fascinating because I was studying the chet the same week that this happened. And I never would have made the correspondence if I hadn't happened to get this one job. And when I looked at the piece of paper they gave me, the top corner of the piece of paper was a field that is a coded number that they gave me. I don't have anything to do with that top corner. And the rest of it is my name and address and the weight of the thing I bought in. But still, the top corner is adhering to the old Templar system.
You just described the blockchain too there.
And yes, and it's also the shape of keys on your keyboard or on the piano. The piano has that one groove out of the one corner that tells you its relationship to the other one. So yeah, that's amazing. Isn't that fascinating? The blockchain. Still,
I had no idea that they were so advanced that you could use it as a trading emblem and it would be readjusted.
Right.
I had no idea.
And they call us chattel. We are the ones, as the conduits, the ones moving these things and actually carrying it along. Somehow we've been wrangled into Lex Mercatoria as the chattel, but you can improve your value. You know what I mean? That's the other thing. When you get a skill set and you get more laurels, then you've improved your value. And now there's a mark. You become a person of marks, and it's all encoded. And so this becomes your new heraldry that you'll wear.
So this was the original blockchain. That's crazy.
Isn't it wild that they still call it that too? I mean, the language is so honest. It's so blatantly honest and consistent from ancient days.
I'm still trying to get over how sophisticated this whole system was. I didn't realize it was like the way you describe it. I didn't actually, I didn't realize how intricate they had a financial system operating. And like you say, blockchain, I mean, my gosh, this technology seems new, but
wild. And
makes us wonder,
honestly, the old one seems safer than the new one. Less points of failure because like you have one thing that fails. If you have a blockchain, internet power goes out, then you're screwed. You can't spend any of your money.
As long as you stay away from open flames, you're good to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's mind-blowing, man. Totally mind-blowing. And it makes you really, the whole idea of currency. Like you say, chattel, current, electricity,
Yes.
elections. These are all part of the same discussion that we're having here, which comes back to money, which is essentially the moon, but we're talking about the banks. And so the banks and the currency, we're talking about the element of water. We're talking about baptism. We've been baptized into this system. And we're still, moving between the banks of the river. And like you said, river, what an interesting word.
I'm thinking a little bit about the B and the C of the blockchain. This is called notaricon. Maybe notaricon, Notaricon. Notoricon. It's a cousin of gematria. And
Yeah.
also there's another one, Tamura, with an H on the end, is
Yeah.
kind of like anagrams, kind of. But BC, blockchain, before Christ, there's a 0 implicit to this. The BC is anything before the 0. There actually is not a year 0. Technically, there starts with the year 1. So the 0 isn't even observed in our time from the differentiation between AD and BC. But also it's a 23. B is 2, C is 3. So there's a B, C, and a 23. And then there's this association of 23 chromosomes, 23 in me. We're coming up on the year 2030, and 23 is the 9th prime number. So I just wanted to kind of bring some of the second layer of presentational immediacy to some of the consistency here with the blockchain and the BC and the 23andMe, because DNA is the new oil. You know, the data is the new pattern of what they value, of, you know, knowing you better than you know yourself, as if you're going to tell me about my ancestors by scraping my booger? No, thanks. I'll figure it out myself.
And the idea of knowing something sounds almost like denial, because you're not yesing anything, you're knowing it. And so there's this interesting, you know, idea behind this. Knowledge is negative. Yeah. And in order to know something, you have to deny something. Like you have to deny a fundamental truth in order to know something as a fact. Because in a universe of change, nothing can ever remain the same. So anything that you once beheld as being relevant to truth will have to be undergoing the transformation under the chains of time that keep turning the wheels. Everything's going to be rearranging. So what's truth now won't be truth later. So anything that can be known means denial of the truth. And like the denial is to move away from the Nile in order to know. And interesting, denial. We're in the banks. We're in the Nile. We're in the Nile of denial, knowing the truth, trying to swim between the banks to stay afloat.
There's even a bit of tunnel in the word denial. And, you know, what are all the deep underground military bases connected by tunnels? The dumbs are connected by denial. There's a lot of enlightenment being invoked in the subconscious. I'll be right back, fellas. I'm gonna hit the head real quick.
Wow, that's eye-opening stuff, hey?
Even the word alien in denial is interesting.
Oh, interesting. Denial, alien.
It's just that I have that extra D in there, but like I guess you could say alienated, but the alien being in there is definitely interesting.
It is, because it involves moving away from what you are, becoming an alien in a sense. So it's sort of causally has that powerful connection. I think there's a lot to looked at when we look at the element of water, because the whole idea of a question, what? Water. Water is continually questioning everything. It doesn't actually stand against anything. It doesn't openly challenge. It just questions. If there's a road to travel, the water will keep questioning that road until the road changes its mind and becomes a riverbank. And so it has this subtlety of the serpent in the way that it's continually moving. And rather than challenge the rock, it will be, no, I'll move around the rock. It's fine. Mm-hmm. Give me time. That rock will be 2 rocks. And then it'll be powder. It'll be sand by the time I'm done with it. The rock never sees it coming. So there's something that the banks and this whole ideology of finance, and finance is all about being fined under the lie that everything is fine.
Yeah. If you think about it too, with the water, during when 2020 and the whole off started, and they even did this recently. They kept bringing up the metaphor of waves, and they did. I think they even said this during 9/11, but I'm not positive if it was like waves of a. I know it was definitely being used a lot during lockdowns. Like this is the first wave, the second wave, third wave. I even think in Trump's exit speech, the first time when he lost the election, he said, "I'm going to be out there with you, riding the wave." He said something along these lines, but I know that he used the riding the wave reference. So this wave reference is constantly used, as are the ship references that seem to be always used in the maritime law.
The wave of the Queen, right? Because the Queen waves at us. Queen drives past and waves.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going back to my castle now.
Yeah.
I've got all your money. Bye-bye. And you'll do what I say. And it's really interesting, like you say, riding the wave. Somebody was asking earlier in the chat, and I forgot to get to it. I just didn't get the conversation, didn't get there, about tides. And tides seem to be a reflection of rhythm. Yeah, because the tides are how rhythm keeps its check. So, like, there's a musical element to the idea of tides.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me think of tithes.
That's what I was thinking too,
tides.
Reverend. Yeah.
Keeping the rhythm of the flow of currency moving towards the king or the queen. And so we see this in the ocean, these tides that will bring abundance and then take it away.
Absolutely.
And so these waves are then an expression of the tides, aren't they? Because the tides bring the waves.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tides go away and they take the waves with them. So there's something quite interesting that we're talking here about rhythm. And it was I don't know if you obviously know him, Ronan. Ronan hasn't been here today. He's obviously with his family doing his thing. But maybe good for him. I hope he's on the mountain. He's been getting a bit of climbing done. He's always talking about how he uses the old looking at history and looking at the tides and the cycles in order to predict what will happen now with the stock market.
Yeah. I know that this seems to be what is it? Is it Libra, where things tend to crash always? I think. I believe it's Libra. I could be wrong, but I know there's a similar. I know what is October? October Libra.
Yeah.
October is usually when it happens. I mean, that could be the October surprise that doesn't necessarily wouldn't be that big of a surprise because it's stock market crashes in October.
No, well, I think it's been in the process of crashing for a long time.
Yeah, I did mean previous
so
ones.
what we're witnessing is a prolonged crash.
Yeah,
and we just have to look at the price of food.
Yeah,
to see what it's doing and how I go to the shop and they're changing the prices again. I'm like, what's going on, dude? He's like, yeah, well, I have to, because basically the prices are going up, and so it's just continuous. Literally, they have to actually come and sometimes put tags over the other tags.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So ridiculous it's getting.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, it seems like they're gonna move everything to. It's like this is how you get people on subscription models, and you own nothing, then, and you're gonna be happy with that, because that's the only thing you'll be able to afford.
this adds to a weave that I already thought was huge. But I'm so excited that you mentioned the crashing in October. So much so that the elders, people in the know, the Dow Jones, the dogs of war, that they know that this is when the tithing and the balancing of the scales
That's what we're just discussing. Yeah.
comes tumbling down. And in all of that anxiety in the elders, those in the know, it translates into all of our trepidation and the fear sublimation that we do, even in the subconscious. It manifests into monsters in the street. And there's Jekyll Island, Jekyll lanterns lighting up everybody's house. And so the monsters from Jekyll Island have encroached into the reality, and your kids are playing along. And even their little wrappers from all the sugar, their wrappers are that's like leaves falling off the trees. So we
Getting ready for some embalmment.
Yes.
By Anubis and his jackals.
That's exactly right. Anubis and the jackals and the thinning of the veil. So I love that you mentioned that stock market crash having to do with October. It culminates in the Hallows Eve or All Saints Day or Dia de los Muertos. And then if you study why is Election Day on the first Tuesday of the month, it is systematically, it's based on the Farmer's Almanac because the agricultural communities, they needed to observe All Saints Day before they go into the city to do their civic duty to pray for a hero to get us through the times to come. And they cast their votive offering. They're making a votive offering, a sacrifice. They're going on a pilgrimage to go put their little thing in the box to worship dead presidents. The dead presidents are the Savior on a cross. And if you, let me do this real quick. If you look at the design on your money, it is a crucifixion. All dollar bills have a crucifixion. They have a dead man in the middle, a Savior, a man of renown on the middle cross. And over here is the penitent thief. And over here is the cardinal thief who would not give up. So we have let's see, mutable signs, fixed signs, cardinal signs. This is how you segment up the 4 sections of the zodiac. But also you have corroborated witness. The word for witness in Greek is the word martyr. And so these are 3 martyrs on every dollar bill. Reinstilling the fact that Lex Mercatoria is just the Bible. It's just the Bible encoded. And you want to stay good, you want to be good. Well, in Lex Mercatoria, a good is redeemable. And so if you've been too bad and your social credit score is no good, you got all the chits on your blockchain have been diminished too much, then you're not good. You're not redeemable. Somehow they have corresponded the lubrication that makes the gears turn, the lubrication of the gears is somehow corresponded to spirituality at large. And so ethics and morality, while they're not the same, the language is embedded with one another. So yeah, I just wanted to weave all of that because the votive offering of going to the election to pray for a hero, to rectify, to resurrect what is good in this world, to redeem, oh, it was worth it to pay those taxes. They're blowing up brown people. It's so dismal. But it's fascinating that you mentioned the Libra is always the season of trepidation. Is it going to crash this time around?
That is absolutely mind-blowingly interesting, looking at that dollar bill, that I'm seeing all sorts of pictures when you fold it in the face. Luna was asking a question about what we were talking about earlier, and I thought I'd put it across to you guys to reinterpret and repackage. I was talking about how knowledge is denial. To deny the truth of what's happening now is to live in knowing crystallized knowledge of the past, belief. So in a sense, to know one thing, you have to deny everything else. Sort of like if you want to look at, if I want to focus on this table, I must not focus on everything else. And while I'm focusing on this table, it's only relevant to this table. The moment I move to another part of the room, this has no relevance. It's only relevant now while I'm sitting here and this table has got, there's a crystal on this table. I look on the table to where that crystal is. It's relevant for me to know where the crystal is. But when I get up and walk out, it's no longer relevant. But if I now want to decide that this is the place of that crystal, it's not really the place because it's in my hand, if that makes sense in a bad. But what do you think about the idea of denial, knowledge, and belief?
Yeah, man. This is a wonderful question. Thank you, Luna, for setting us up to talk about this. Polarity versus duality. This is a fascinating thing that I've been chewing on in my project. Polarity is very scientific, and science is fixated on what is reasonable and what can be determined to actually be. And that is either it is or it is not. There's a polarity of opposites. And I correspond it to the number 7 because Socrates is the mystagogue of science. He's a strong number 7 personality type. I think duality is nuanced and different from polarity. So science is really fixated on yes, no, black, white, either or. Opposites are very intrinsic. But duality has this ability to dance. And I think of polarity as science, and I think of duality as religion or even your mythology, the legends that you tell yourself. And the defining feature here is science cannot suffer a contradiction. And a lot of people are scientifically minded, and that's great. They're our strong suit in that aspect of life. But religion is designed to take on contradictions. When I say suffer a contradiction, that means like, I can handle this. Okay, you got another, you just told me that trigger is only a verb since the 40s. I can carry that around. I can be burdened by that. Oh, you just told me that to be good is to be redeemable. And that means that I was actually considering myself money and devalidating my value by not thinking I was good. Do you want to be good? Do you want to be for sale? I can wear that burden. I can carry that around. So the difference between polarity and duality is kind of up here on my Enneagram board. Polarity is in the thinking group, the number 7s, and duality is in the feeling group, the number 2s, kind of the way I'm looking at it. So a potent technique that we have is the ability to say no. It is not that. And I think that this is really the key to natural law. Getting back to natural law is being a potent stoic, being able to say no, also to create a third something. When two things seem to be in opposition, they have to work through a certain conflict to come to a change. And then a third something is born out of the conflict. And that's a crucial process. Like last night on my Telegram group, a couple of guys were talking about like sports in general, that there's a controlled economy of what is allowed in the fighting arenas with the UFC. But over on collectivism sports, like sports ball, it's all about team mentality. And so there's some other political animal around controlling excellence in a team mentality. And they were just kind of chewing on why is it that they don't let the real athletes come to the UFC, the real fighters who would take them all out with the quickness. There's a stopgap measure on the ability for the independent athlete to excel in the public view. And that conversation seemed like an argument, but then our buddy Pascal, he came in and he's like, I think you're both right. But the problem is you're talking about sports and presuming that UFC is the same as the ball sports. And it's not. It's different because it's about an individual. And we're in the age of Aquarius. So that difference is becoming more and more significant in the consciousness of the collective, as the individualism becomes more and more of a priority for us. What are you thinking, Chris?
No, I think that's, dude, everything there. It's amazing. I agree totally with that. I actually, before you had come back, when me and Shaman were talking, I don't know if you want me to call you Shaman, if that's cool with you, brother.
You could call me Franklin.
Franklin, okay. Me and Franklin
Yeah.
were talking, and I had said I noticed that alien was in the word denial, and for some reason I thought that you might have a weave for this.
I was loving that. Yeah, alienate. Like the D that you're looking for in denial is on the T at the alienate.
And
so
there's like a I don't know if we would consider it, because when you alienate someone, that's like an emotional kind of separation too. So would that be more like, I guess, the polarity or duality side?
Yes, and if you're witnessing something supernatural, you are now are you going to suffer the burden? Are you going to take it on that I want other people to have this experience with me?
Yeah.
And that's the burden of the miracle. Is like people aren't never going to believe that, that this augury happened in my life at the exact moment that it happened. And I'm going to try to tell other people and take them into the experience as best I can and to share it with them. And so it's good to have people in your life that harmonize to your story. You know what I mean? That see through your eyes. That's power. That's community. But if you're surrounded by people who are not similarly minded, who are not lateral thinkers, it's alienated. You're instantly alienated because you're going to tell them that you just saw little green men land in your backyard, and you probably did, but they're not going to come with you on the ride. It's very alienated to be burdened by a miracle.
Absolutely.
And it's interesting that we get burdened, because that's like one of the oldest emblems for shamanism, which is probably where we go back to the oldest forms of traditional medicine, spiritual practice, whatever it is. Like before we were sophisticated, we were in the bushes, in the caves, whatever, like Bushman art, for example, collecting bones and feathers and relating it to the bird man and to the bird. So the bird carrying the burden is like, it's interesting how they've turned it, because the bird is the emblem of Quetzalcoatl or Tahuti. So from ancient times, spirituality has now been turned into a burden. It's an inconvenience that we have to carry, because our worldview and our world currency and our world value, as you say, is moving away from that. And so that now becomes a burden to carry. It's now a cross that you have to carry on your shoulder. Yes. Why is it a cross that you have to carry? In those days, it was a cross to carry because of the blooming Romans. Because they were going to put you on the cross because of your beliefs. Do you know what I mean? So
everything you just said too. Think about just even what happened with Twitter, like the bird language of the bird is gone, and now there's the crucifixion with the X.
Dang, bro, dang. Yeah. That's great. My father has a saying. My father says that people aren't evil; they're just thoughtless. And I'm like, man. So how much slack are you going to give people on how thoughtless they can be, as long as you don't call it evil? You could give them so much slack for being thoughtless. Just don't call it evil. But it is kind of the same thing, especially in the information age where everybody is like just chewing up information at such a rapid pace. there's the FOMO, the fear of missing out, keeps them consuming forward and not having the reflectivity to burden themselves with looking back. I wonder about, that is the recipe of the accelerationists. They want to bring all the hardship on. Let's get it out of the way, pull that Band-Aid, rip it off. But also the industry is dependent on people's thoughtlessness, which is, according to my father, a stand-in for evil.
Two things stuck out. Okay, so Thoth, Tahuti, thoughtless. And so feathers represent divinity, and Thoth in old times, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered deity, which is the combination between the hyena and the bird, right? That merging of Upper and Lower Egypt in the Kemlands, which represents as well the Uriah, the serpent of wisdom.
Too late.
Then evil represents moving away from thinking, being thoughtless, which is actually quite an accurate way of putting it. Your father's I think he's onto something there. But isn't it interesting how evil has been turned into the evening, which is actually the time that we're most thoughtful? And during the day, it's actually the time that we're most active. So we're going to cause most of the nonsense we do during the day, and at night we're going to think about what we've done. Right? And so the divine feminine is all about being internalized and taking into ourselves like a Kataic instrument and becoming thoughtful. And mothers tend to be more thoughtful than fathers. Fathers tend to be like more direct action, as an archetype. So there's something quite interesting in the way the whole idea of thought, Thoth, Tahuti, which I think represents a feminine urge to go within ourselves and think rather than to come out and act, has been turned into being evil. So they've reversed it. They've said that it's evil to be internalized. But actually, when you think about it, not being internalized is evil, because that's when you make the big mistakes, when you don't think about the consequences of actions and what are the consequences of what I'm doing right now, and how is it going to affect people, myself, the world. Very interesting the way they've got us thinking back to front, upside down.
Yeah, this kind of lends into what prayer is before when you have your food. Something that I practice still is on a really special meal. I try to travel through the food psychically to its source. And, there are all the chain of custody of the labor that went into transporting this food from wherever it came from. Some chains are longer than others with that. But that's the taking consideration. In law, consideration is considered payment. And so there's, taking that time to consider where the food came from is kind of paying a tithing of appreciation to the labor class that made that food come to your plate. And when I worked at Whole Foods one Christmas, it was the week before Christmas, and we're throwing big old cases of broccoli unnecessarily packed in ice, absurdly packed in ice. And we're throwing these huge crates around. And I say to my buddy, if you think about it, every box that we throw from you to me onto this pile of broccoli, our hands are retroactively receiving grace and blessings from people's Christmas dinners. And so when people in a week say, give thanks for the hands that prepared this food, they're talking about our hands right now, buddy. And he was like, whoa, that's profound. And we both stood there, looked at our hands. But yeah, I think there is something really potent about that.
Absolutely. And Burdock just mentioned that it's migration season for most birds. Interesting. That switch between winter and summer, isn't it? well, moving between the poles of winter, which is interesting. It means that birds will be starting to come here, where I am, and leaving where you are.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Well,
Yeah,
most
they're
I
leaving
think
you and they're coming out. They're on their way here. They started arriving, man. You can hear them in the morning when I climb the mountain. They're all over the shop.
yeah. I mean, no, I think most no. I don't think many leave where I am because they're in California, New Jersey. Yeah. Yeah.
But we
But
definitely get more arriving here
yeah.
because they
Oh,
leave
yeah.
other places. They come here because we're southern tip of Africa. I'm in Cape Town.
Yeah, we're gonna have some leaving, and you're gonna get way more.
Similar to California weather, I think. Cape Town.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Is it humid there, or is it a drier?
Not humid.
No. Yeah.
It's we are actually the only place that I've seen with the weather that seems to be better than here, but I don't believe it's better than here, is Mauritius, because we've got the Cape Doctor in winter. I mean, in summer, which is a southeasterly cool wind. So we've got natural aircon, and then we've got a berg wind, which is in winter a warm wind that comes from the inland. So
That's
we've got
nice.
like natural central heating in winter and
Yeah, that's
natural
nice.
AC in summer. So
That's nice.
it's fairly temperate. The British say there's only one season here, but they say that for most places because they're used to the rain,
Yeah.
the cold. Gosh, I don't miss England at all. Hey, Oof, I spent a lot of time there. Bloody hell! All that continual rain and dealing with mold and stuff. You know, it's a different place. Different place indeed. But yeah, let's get towards wrapping this up. I see we've been cranking out almost 5 hours. I've got about 5 hours on the clock.
I missed the first few, but thank you for having me.
Oh, it's been an honor,
Sorry
man.
about
Is
being a
there
little.
any last things you guys want to throw on the table since we're here? I mean, it's been amazing.
Go ahead, Gabe, if you had something.
No, this has been wonderful. It always is. Chris, it's been a real pleasure to meet you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Talking to both of you guys for so long, Franklin, Gabe, it's been great. I hope we can do it again for sure.
Yeah, this
absolutely.
has been
yeah, thank you.
Lovely meeting you. It's been an honor. Thank you, guys. It's been fun as always, and I hope you guys in the chat had as much fun as we had. And hope you got what you came for. More questions than what you arrived with. We don't want to give you answers. We want to give you questions, because questions is the only thing that seems to be worth having. That little spiral that goes back to the origin with a dot, which is disjointed.
So I'm going to plug my .com. I have a new slickdissident.com worked out with merchandise and clothes and art and onesies and lighters and tarot cards. So I wanted to mention that because it's kind of a new thing.
Write it into the public chat quickly.
Thank you. I will. Thank you.
And then I can make a pop up on the screen, and then the people that are watching this as the rerun will also be able to see the writing on the screen.
Yeah, some of my ciphers are on here. You'll find I have one that's called the Diction of Aries, where I've put the alphabet around the zodiac, starting with Aries as the 0 mark. And then if you go 270 degrees around the zodiac, that's a birth cycle. A birth cycle on the zodiac is the full expression of the alphabet. And then there's a remaining segment of the winter months that I actually use the numbers. And this is big ups to Elsie King for completing the circle with me so many years back. But if you put the 1 through 9 in the missing segment of the winter months, that is the season of coins or pentacles in the tarot. And so it's so apropos to use numbers to fill in the winter months. And I believe that this cipher that I've intuited, it is communicating as though somebody else has used it before. It's not just me doing free association. I'm finding this cipher to be very, this is like, don't forget to drink your Ovaltine from Christmas Story, where he gets the decoder ring and he decodes the message on the radio is don't forget to drink your Ovaltine. So yeah, I've made a shirt with the Addiction of Aries that I'm really excited about. I think it's my coolest design. And then also I have my territories is also mapped out on the American map, the map of the Americas. And so, yeah, you'll see the zodiac circling around the center place of the Mississippi River, which I see very much as the placenta of America. Yeah, thank you, Franklin. Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at it.
Okay.
Got a couple of seconds.
All right, buddy.
Stop screen. Present.
Gabe, I was watching The Martian because my girlfriend was watching it the other day, and when he's trapped up there, he does something similar to where I thought he was using at first the zodiacal wheel to communicate with them with the camera, but it was some other sort of cipher on a wheel that looked like it. So there might be something, like you said, someone who else has used this before, because it does make sense that you could do that.
Yes. Thank you, Franklin. Thank you so much. Yeah, these are some of my designs. You know, Chris, what you're saying about the wheel, using the wheel as like a decoder ring.
Yeah.
That's pretty much that's the end of it. Those are links yet to be fulfilled. Can you go to scroll down to the white t-shirt with the Tomo right there? Yeah, that one on the left is my new design. And something that I am finding in that is if you put this wheel, you'll notice that all the numbers at a 180-degree relationship to each other, they all reduce to the same number. So if you're at, let's just say 10 degrees, which is the letter between the letter A and B is the first 10 degrees. If you go completely across the wheel to the other half, you're going to be at 190. No, you'll be at 100 degrees.
Yeah.
Which reduces to the same number. And so I'm realizing that the wheel as a cipher, it embeds a yin yang, it embeds polarity and duality. It's so symbolically flawless. I just kind of marvel at the value of it. So sometimes, things that are exact opposites have the strongest correspondence to each other. So I call that the propinquity principle. So yeah, Antonin, go ahead.
What you're discussing reminds me of Giordano Bruno's his memory wheels.
Yeah, buddy, that's what's up. That is what's up.
Yeah.
Is that t-shirt yours, by the way?
Yeah. Which one?
Well,
the one with
I saw a white t-shirt with that symbol on it.
Yes.
On that Dazzle must be where the shop is. But this looks like this t-shirt here, Stick Dissident. That looks like a really cool color scheme, like a stonewashy kind of.
Yes.
Looks like a stonewashy kind of a denim effect. Is this an actual t-shirt?
Yep, I have that on a t-shirt, and this one is a Zippo, and yeah, that is I think they call that Arctic camouflage, which I'm fond of. I really like the gray and the white. I'm a big fan of zebras. Capoeira is based on the zebra mating rituals, and so you'll see zebras are intrinsic to a lot of my art. And then that Triskelion, the Tomo in the middle, it is I intend its use with a very Japanese flavor, not as much the Celtic, but definitely the Japanese. In Japan, it means the land of no king, or no man's land. And so this is actually my tattoo, and it is almost a perfect synonym for Ronin's name. Ronin's handle is, a samurai has no king.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's also the glyph of the Ronin. So that's why I share that.
Beautiful. Well, much love. You made me just think about the Bush Whisperer t-shirt. It's somebody's face whispering, and behind there's just a field of women wearing bikinis. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. But it will sell. I mean,
oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's just so wrong. Ended on a
needs-
giggling note.
Yeah, man, you can put it all on one big thought bubble. Like it's one big thought bubble with just bikinis and a guy whisper into the bikinis behind him. Brilliant, brilliant.
Yeah. But I like your design, brother. Much love.
Yeah, it's
Thank
awesome,
you
dude.
all.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. It's been an honor. Have an absolutely fabulous weekend. Ronan, Shona, Luna, everybody that's been here. It's been great. Much love to all of you. Take it easy and don't forget to smile. Blessed be.